Are we
Ano ba ang
muted?
Fandom
sound,
February?
Are we muted?
Okay. Take two.
Ulit,
let's
take two,
do that from the
take
top.
two.
Let's do that from
Oh,
the
take two,
top.
take two, take two, take two, take two, take two. Narinig na
Alright.
ako? Narinig na ako? Okay.
Everything's fine.
Narinig tayo. Hello everyone, welcome to Fandom February. Ako nga pala si
Hello.
Oliver, ang yung host, at saka sa aking katabi ay si Rocco, ang aking co-host. Pakilala ka, Rocco.
Hi, I'm Rocco from Toushin. I'll be the co-host.
At so, bago nga pala tayo magsimula, ano ba yung Fandom February? Bakit nga ba tayo nandito lahat? Para manood. Ha? Ano ba ang Fandom February? Wait, di pwede magmura. Oh my God. So ang Fandom February, ginagawa na namin Toushin for over 3 years na. So, 3 years din na ako naging host ng Fandom February din. Walang magbabago. Kasi, habang buhay na tayo nandito. Bro, moment. Pero ang Fandom February, una siyang naganap na idea. Syempre, lahat naman ng events nagsisimula sa idea. Meron lang kasi isang member sa amin yun nagsabi na pwede kaya tayo magkaroon ng talk like for every week. Sabi ko lang, sige. And here we are.
I didn't know we had that kind of backstory.
Yeah. So, pwede dito pag-usapan kahit basta may connection sa Japanese culture. I mean, pwede mo naman din isingit ang konting Japanese culture kasi alam mo naman ngayon, multicultural na tayo ngayon. Di ba, Rocco?
I mean, as long as you've got your passion, it all sounds great.
Oh, basta fan ka, di ba?
That's all we want from our speakers. As long as you love what you're talking about.
So, very thankful ako ngayon sa mga nag-sign up para sa Fandom February. Kasi kung wala kayo, guys, wala ang Fandom Feb. Lalo na yung first speaker natin. Wow! For 3 years na rin siya nagiging speaker sa Fandom February. Lagi siya nandito. Si Migzu! Yay! Ako lang po ang palakpak. Yay!
Hi.
Hi! Si Migzu ngayon, pag-uusapan niya ang Utaites in the Philippines, the modern Filipino Utaites. Si Migzu ay independent Utaites and music producer. Tsaka, madami rin siyang ginawa para sa Toushin. Siya yung head ng music department namin. So, dati, our last music producer, I guess, worked on voice banks. Si Migzu ang nag-follow nun. So, kung chinek mo yung YouTube channel na Toushin, wow,
hopefully soon.
nandun yung mga works namin, yung mga collab work namin. Tsaka pinapost din ni Migzu sa kanyang channel.
Yes. I do post a bunch of stuff that are some vocal like Toushin covers and Shinken covers it. So yeah.
And really into it.
And yun yung pag-uusapan niya ngayon. So, introduce ko ng maayos si Migzu. Si Migzu is an Utaites singer and music producer who has been in the YouTube community since 2021. He's mostly known for experimentation in music. Wow, experimentation! Wow, may sarili siyang love. In music production in variety of genres, including rock, pop, and hip-hop. Sheesh! Kompleto na. Lahat ng putahe. Currently, he is a junior taking a computer science degree in ADMU. Oh, mga matatalino lang pwede nandun.
Music and computer science?
I know, right? Not really a love match made in heaven, pero nandito si Migzu and he made it work. Di ba? Ganun lang naman.
If it works, it works.
I know, right? And Migzu hopes to share his experience as a Filipino Utaites in the newest leg of the 21st century, touching on aspects of Filipino identity and Utaites scene. And for his talk, he will be spotlighting the newest batch of YouTube Utaites, focusing on the dynamics and processes that lead to the creation of modern YouTaites and highlighting how the Filipino identity acts in the development of the modern YouTaites. Di ba? I still want I still want to comment more on that, but I'll let Migzu handle it. So take it away from here, Migzu. Let's go. Let's
That's
go.
all
Clap,
right.
clap,
Thank
clap.
Yay!
you so much
So
thank you so much,
excited.
Oliver and Rocco for the introduction. And yes, as you can see from the format, I am going to be talking about Utaites in the Philippines, most specifically the modern times kasi ngayon ko lang actually yung pinaka alam ko na Utaites. Also, just for clarification, I might just be talking mostly in English. Of course, there's the konting Filipino there on the side because I will be talking a little bit about the Filipino identity on the perspective of a modern Filipino Utahite, which is myself then, not except for tooting my own, excuse me for tooting my own horn, but this is probably the reason why I chose this topic to share in Fandom February. So let's start. Ayan. Okay, where are we? Here we go. All right, there you go. So this is the Utaites in the Philippines talk by the Modern Filipino Utaites prepared by me. And as you can see here, you can answer this question. Well, I mean, not while waiting. During the course of how I will talk. It doesn't necessarily have to be Filipino, but who is your favorite Utaite? And as you can see, you have like everybody here. This is actually the thumbnail for the blessings cover featuring, as you can see, there are a lot of people that you might recognize here. Oh, look, there's Kuroneko, 96 Neko, Haliosi right here, and Amaski, you might probably recognize some of these other people. Okay, now let's start. Now, who am I? As they said before, yes, I am a student. My name is Migzu. I am a student. But for emphasis on this talk, I am actually a YouTaite ever since 2021. I became one by accident. I was actually supposed to be just a producer. But I became a YouTaite by sheer coincidence because I wanted to cover a song. And then a lot of people just wanted to say, yeah, keep doing more. And I'm like, okay. So, and that's how it snowballed from there. So wala talaga akong debut as an Utaite. Not like most Utaites nowadays. They kind of have to have this kind of like not really jolting, but like this very intricate introduction into their Utaiteisms. But I didn't have that. I just became one by accident, which used to be the case back in the old days. As you can see, I'm also an independent music producer. I don't have an agency, so I just love producing music, mixing for other people then. Contributor for Reddit Anime Sings, yeah. And Utao and synth producer, like since ni Oliver. I am well, not really the head of the music department. It's more so I use the voice banks that the former music guy did in remixes of anime songs and vocalized songs as I would do. But for now, but most recently I have been using SendV, which is a very very fun experience then. Okay, so first off, well, before I talk about Utaites, what exactly is an Utaite? For those of you who do not know, Utaites are people who mostly cover previously released songs and publish them on the internet under the late on the internet with the label Utatemita, from which the term comes from. So if you see, for example, let's say one of the hit songs of recent years, Kami Poina, the Utaitis would say Kamipoy na wo tatemita, which means I tried to sing Kamipoy na. And the basis of I tried to sing became the foundation of what an Utaite is. You don't have to be professional. Anybody can be an Utaite. And as you can see here, everybody who has like a passion for singing, who has like a very decent microphone, can do covers of course with the label Utatemita and call themselves an Utaite. As you can see here, there are different kinds of types of Utaite. Some of the common types, these are not this is not a full list, sorry. This is not a full list, but some of the more common types of Utaites here, as you can see on the screen right now. Hold on, my Zoom is acting up. So some of the common types of Utaite here, as you can see, are Niku Niku Utaites. Niku Niku Utaites, basically, these are the Utaites, or the amateur singers who came from Niku Niku Doga, which is Japanese YouTube, to say the least. And one example of that is Eve, who actually branched out in becoming a professional singer now. Next up, we have the YouTube Utaites or YouTaites, which will be the main focus of this talk. These are Utaites who specifically mainly post their covers on YouTube. So one example here is this one right here. Can you guess? I mean, you probably know who this is. This is Aruvin. Yeah, this is Aruvin, who is going to be retiring this month, if I remember correctly. So best of luck to him. All right, next up, next type of Utaites are Utaite rappers, who are Utaites who sing, of course, but they're mostly well known for rapping. One example would be Naruse over here. And finally, we have Utaite producers who produce what they sing. So like, so some Utaites, they just sing and they hand it over to somebody who can mix for them. Utaite producers are people who either produce original songs and sing over it and cover them with their voice afterward, or Utaite producers are also people who cover existing work by other producers, but they produce it themselves. So it's kind of like a remix kind of deal. And this example here is Gom, who is one of the founding leaders of Honeyworks. Okay, so we're gonna tackle into the topic of Filipino YouTaites, as you can see over here. Filipino YouTaites, or as you can, are collectively known as PH YouTaites, as you can see here, are a subgroup of Filipino Utaites, a subgroup of YouTaites who primarily post on media sharing site YouTube. If you're talking about Utaite, and if you're talking about Utaite, a subgroup of Utaites who are Filipino. So this is the largest subgroup within the Filipino Utaite community. Why? Because Filipinos mostly, when it comes to videos, Filipinos either post it on Facebook or on YouTube. So they're mostly going to be people who are going to be posting covers more so on YouTube than Facebook, because I'm not sure if videos are still very accessible nowadays. So a lot of them switched over into YouTube. And some examples are here. That's me right there on the very on the top left is me. And the next one is Luna Lune, who is not based here, but she's a Filipino Utaite still, because she's well, Filipina. Then we have Kohaku, Hayayumi, Aruvin, like I said before, Coroneto, who is also a VTuber now ever since last year. Natsu, Murakami Natsu, Rika Kiyomi, who is also a VTuber now, and Hoshisora, who is also a VTuber. So there's three of these people who were once Utaites, but are now VTubers. So you could actually cross over if that's possible with the Filipino Utaite scene or Filipino Utaite scene. Now, why did I talk about the Filipino Utaites? Well, there's nothing much to talk about the Filipino Utaites in the first place. That's basically what the Filipino Utaite is. Why am I taking this time to talk about the modern Filipino Utaite? Well, kasi nagbago na siya eh. Everything that we have learned, that we know about Utaites from, I guess, back in the early days of the 2000s has changed. And of course, because of the rise of the new internet meta for content creators, the Filipino Utaites community also changed to try and fit into that new meta, or I guess try to work themselves around that new meta to make it their own kind of meta. So let's talk about it. Now here I have 4 kinds of major, or I guess what I think to be major instances of the modern Filipino Utaites community. Now let's start off with what's happening now, the new meta. Now, the easiest way for me to describe this is on the case of Filipino female range singers. Back then, during the 2010s, there was this thing called the Moe blog thing. You all remember that? The thing where everything that came out of Japan was cute, and then all of a sudden everybody liked looking at that cute stuff. that also actually snowballed into the Utaites community, and in turn the Filipino Utaites community, which really set the standard for a long time, as Filipino Utaites, or I guess female Filipino Utaites, are they're more most of them are starting out being cutesy, and their whole persona is being cutesy, and they sing in a high tone, and they sing bubblegum pop in that range, right? But nowadays, well, this is mostly due to, I guess, one of the trendsetters is our lovely Ado over here. The meta for female singers nowadays are lower ranged, husky voiced, or powerful types. So even if you don't have a low range, you might probably succeed in the Utaites scene in the in as a Filipino Utaite if you have a powerful voice nowadays. Because now you don't really um have that. But I wouldn't really want to digress, but that's just how the trends go now in the new meta for female range singers. Next up, we have this one. This was actually one of my favorites about the new YouTube Utaite community in the Philippines. There's a focus on all rounding. As you can see, this is actually a screenshot of Jerflo, who is based in Canada, but is a Filipino Utaite. These are singers nowadays have a focus on doing anything and everything that they can. So back then they were just focused on mostly singing, and now, well, there are some people who are most focused mainly on singing, but there are a lot of new people starting to rise and try to take the challenge of doing everything that they want to do in terms of music. So may mga tao na nagra-rap na rin. So there are people who do raps. There would be people who would sing and rap in the same track. There would be people who would sing and mix their stuff. Or you can go a higher level, you become dasu, where you write the music, write the lyrics. You can also sing on it, and then make the art, and make the animation and the music video. That's all rounding right now. So everybody is trying to get every possible skill that they have. Not everybody, but a lot of people in the Filipino Utaites community have tried doing that. So that's one of the major observations that I've figured out, which kind of changed in the new meta of the Philippine Utaites. I mean, maybe it's because the new meta might be very focused on versatility. So people are more engaged because, oh, what's he going to do next? Or what's she going to do next? What are they going to be bringing onto the table? Because we've seen people cover, I guess, King for like the 100 millionth time in a row. So what are you going to bring to the table if you're going to cover a song like King, for example? So yeah, that's one of the points or observations that I figured out that changed in the Utaites community. Now, this is where it gets a little bit heavier. I can spend a lot more time here. It's the recalibration of Filipino identity. Before, we had to determine via wiki who were the Filipino Utaites at the time. Let's say people like Arvin. We figured out that he's a PH Utaite, of course, ever since like the day he started making song covers and making songs. Um, there are also people in Kurabuday Saksen, that YouTube channel. If you remember that, there are people there who are Filipino and who sing in that. You call them you call them Utaites as well. Now, the new meta is that you don't really need to search the wiki sometimes if they are Filipino, because a lot of people, especially a lot of Filipino Utaites, really wanted to express their identity as a Filipino in these song covers. So may mga taong gustong pakita yung kanilang pagka-Filipino. And they can do it in any way possible. Let's start with the bottom here. Remember when this became a thing? So I actually have a story for this one. The guy who composed the song on the ukulele, Kismet, actually told me about why he wrote Sana Ako Na Lang. And it's because he wanted to bring a new rise to, I guess, the Filipino identity in music. And that's what I thought was fascinating. Is that not only do producers like Kismet uh, see this opportunity for change in the, or I guess for recalibration or restructuring, or just making it more well known that our Filipino identity is this, but also there are a lot of singers as well who do try to recalibrate their Filipino identity. And probably the most popular way of recalibrating Filipino identity is either singing covers in the Filipino language, like Sana Ako Na Lang, or singing existing songs but changing the lyrics into Filipino, like this one. This is Gia Kaira's version of Tada Kimi ni Hare, which is Yoshika's song. But as you can see on the on the subtitles here, on the typography here, it's in Filipino. So she made the Filipino version, or I guess she sang a Filipino version of Tada Kimi ni Hare, which was very interesting when I first heard it for the first time. And of course, there are more people who would be doing songs in the Filipino language, like I guess Kismet is also planning to recalibrate that. And what he told me is about how we can be the founders, or I guess the new batch of Filipino YouTaites can be, or kind of becoming the founders of a new kind of OPM, which is, I think, not really vastly, but somehow a little bit different from the OPM of before. So this is a really interesting observation that I made when I was researching about the modern Filipino Utaites, is that we're not so much hidden, or we're not so much hiding our identity. Rather, we are expressing it 10 and 1,000 and 100-fold right from the get-go. And I think that's amazing. And of course, one of the major observations I thought it changed is the choice of songs. Now, normally because of Utaitism, or I guess because of the dynamic between Utaitis, they mostly cover vocalized songs, such as, I guess, well, I mean, nowadays it still kind of is true that they cover vocalized songs, such as Telecaster B-Boy by Suri, or Kami Poi Na, as I mentioned, by Pinocchio P. But nowadays they could cover any songs here, like SB19's Mapa, which is not necessarily a vocalized song. There's also Simple Folds, which is not a vocalist song. It's actually a synth V. Uh, it was actually a synth V who sang in it. And of course, my own cover of Up All Night, which is in Korean. So there are people who could sing in Vocaloid, synth V, songs that are popular in the West, like before, as you can see. Wait, let me go back there on the all routing. Yeah, this guy is singing Golden Hour. Yeah, by Jake. Songs that went viral, as you can see. There are people who actually took the time to cover Super Idol, or in the actual name of the song, so I Ibayling do Dani. Then there's also people who are actually on the process, or I guess covering already covered Sitin, which is the song in that one famous TikTok right now. And of course, other songs that across many other languages, there are people who would be singing in Korean mostly. There are a lot of people, and there was a CD that recently was made that only had the focus on that CB is to showcase people who wanted to sing in Korean. And I think this is actually where that observation stopped. Now, what makes a Filipino Yucayetan? Now, this is a very, very broad question to ask. What do you think makes a Filipino Utaites? And I don't know if I wanted to leave this open-ended, but I would give you what I would think is a Filipino Utaites nowadays. Now, because nowadays we actually really do like to showcase our Filipino identity in the best way that we can. And of course, we also have the choice of following with or against fans or trends, because there are some new Filipino Utaites who started out covering stuff that are not necessarily in the trend or in the fad, which is somehow this is so interesting to see, and they're gaining and they're little by little they're gaining a following from that. And of course, same thing, choice of going with the meta. It's a little bit ixy. I don't know why I put it in there. But the most important detail here about Filipino Utaites is that they have a passion. We have a passion for singing. And I think that's the one thing that never changed, as much as how the modern Utaite community has already changed. The Filipino Utaites never stopped having that passion for singing. With all things considered, how no matter how large the meta changes, the passion for singing by the modern Filipino Utaites, especially the newer ones, we actually do have this passion that will last, and we have each of our own purposes for singing. We actually do have our purposes for doing raps. We actually do have our purpose for mixing. We have our purpose for engaging with music. And to me, that is the probably the most important thing about being a modern Filipino Utaite, is that you take the traditional way of having the passion and having the passion for singing whilst going and traveling through this meta. So what actually makes a modern Filipino Utaite? Other than this, well, it's mostly an open-ended question. And I actually, what do you call this? I actually made this Fandom February talk of mine to be more of a discussion. So I'd love to hear what you guys think. So that's basically it for me rambling. Now we can all discuss about it.
Yay!
Migzu, balik ka dun sa yung first listahan mo ng Filipino Utaites. Yung slide mo na yun.
This one?
Uy, Rocco, nandun ka pala, oh. Ayun, sa gitna siya. Andun din ako sa lower left. De joke lang.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Y'all do be singing.
Yeah.
Wow, we're singers pala.
Who knew I was Doppio and the Utaite?
At the same time.
God.
De joke lang. Pero very nice talk, very nice talk. Actually, I enjoyed this talk, since your last talk.
It really
But
was
then again, I don't
thoughtful.
remember much of the last talk. Oh yes, thank you. Thank you as always, Migzu. Do we have any questions?
I'll just stop the
Wait
share.
lang, nakakamot.
It's probably it.
Kinakamot ko yung tenga. Kinakamot ko lang yung mata ko.
Matsuki, my everything. Yes, he's probably like, I don't know how long Matsuki has been like an Utaite, but he's one of those Utaites that managed to successfully cross over into like the mainstream. I guess Utaites, the mainstream singing professional singing stuff. So that's really nice. Yeah.
Si Clisel daw meron question.
Okay, yeah.
Sa sa Discord. Ay, sa Discord, sa
from the audience.
sa Twitch.
chat.
Sorry.
That's sa Twitch. Okay.
Pero habang hinihintay natin mag-type si Clisel, question, is Millie Utaite?
Well, if you can what do you call this? The only kasi yung qualification na talaga if you to be an Utaites is that you sing and then you post it on a platform. You sing a cover, or I guess it's mostly a cover of something.
Mm-mm.
You post it on some site. But the qualifications of Millie being a VTuber kind of override that of the
Ah,
right?
okay.
So as much as you can actually technically say that she's mostly known as a VTuber. So
Mm.
yeah. And that's why
Understandable.
so some people who were start out as Utaites, who actually have enough resources, they transition to being VTubers. Like say Nano, si Kuya Arvin niya. He actually did become a VTuber.
Oo.
Ako.
So parang ano lang, if you become an idol, does it mean you're a singer? Ano?
That's
Gana-
yeah, that's the
is that
thing.
is that ano like is that how
Well, I
I'm
mean,
connecting this properly?
if you become an idol, I guess well, if you become an idol, it's your choice na rin if you want to become a singer. If you do become a singer, well, that's when you can get qualified as an Utaites. I mean,
Sabagay,
but
'di ba may mga idol nagiging dancer lang?
yeah, idol dancers, and then there's just like
Oo.
idol tubers. We don't really sing often, but they just there. All right.
Damn.
Oh my God, I like this question. Which metas do you have the strongest negative and positive disposition towards? Oh, okay. So it's a little bit spicy, but I'll try to do my best because I have an informed opinion about the trends anyway. The trends that I had the positive disposition at is for the meta that I actually do have a positive disposition at is singers who sing powerfully. Because I don't know, maybe it's probably on my at my side, but I really like how if people just go all out with their craft, i.e., people who go out on art, people who go out on, I guess, VTubing, rigging, and stuff like that. And then that's also where it came from for my disposition that it's positive because that singer gets to showcase their talents for having a powerful voice right then and there, especially if they're previously not really that well known for having such a powerful voice, but they can absolutely do it, which is great, which is nice. As for the negative, ooh, this is where it gets spicy, man.
Wala na, latag na yan,
Yeah.
latag na.
Have
Yeah,
some
okay.
fun with it.
Laglag na, laglag. I guess what was it? Copious. I'm gonna use like very my own descriptive words here. Copious, and I mean copious by that I mean copium. um Ungodly amount of harmony layers. You don't need that many. You don't really need that many. Even as a producer din, nakakainis din na pag nagano ka. If you mix and then there's so many harmony layers. Oh my gosh, that is a nightmare. So yeah, that's why the probably the max that I want for harmony, I guess for me lang talaga is 5. That's the max. But like uh I don't know how
Bakit?
people
Ilan ba yung pinakamadami mo na ayaw i-work?
I don't know,
Actually,
8.
give an example. Give an example. Ilan harmonies ang pinakamadaming harmonies na na-work mo?
Oh my gosh. That's well, I mean, I didn't get the project per se because I let my other friend
Wow, wow.
do that part of it because it's ano because it wasn't
Parang,
like harmonies. I'm like I'm not very that like oh my god they sent
parang narinig ko, pinasa ko lang yung trabaho ko sa katrabahuan ko.
yeah, they got most of the credit anyways. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But at one point, somebody actually was gonna pass me 8 harmony layers and tatlong main. And I'm like, oh, oh my god. I don't remember what
You
song
like,
that's from,
you
but
like harmonies, bro? I put harmonies in my main.
oh my god. That's also a nightmare for a music producer stuff. I mean, yeah, that's I think that's did I answer that question? Yeah, I think I answered that question. So, um, yeah, that's thank you for the question. Oh,
Mm.
it got a little bit spicy there. A
Ako
little bit.
ako meron akong question. Actually, I'm asking for a recommendation. Meron bang Utaites na yung yung mga 2000s na band na kanta? Yung Erase. Yun yung kina-cover niya. No, serious ako. This is a
Yung
serious
ano,
question.
yan yung ano, like I said yung kwento ko kanina. That's actually one of the main, I guess, goals or I guess visions ni Kizu
Ah.
to actually try bring out like that kind of side to people who want to try doing utite stuff. Tapos
So
yung nila
you
is
mean to tell me there's no Utaites Eraserhead? No.
unfortunately no, I'm not
Walang
gonna
Eri
do
Buendia, walang walang
dapat
orange and lemons. Okay lang, okay lang. Hanap
sa
tayo, gagawa tayo.
okay, yes. All right, next question. Do you ever think Tagalog translations of songs can sound kind of cringe? Not in a hated way, but when I translate a song and try it, it's like, wow, that sounds kind of off. Well, it's actually because of audio, I guess. No, you're more used to hearing the version that is in Japanese, or I guess the original version, because when you it I mean I felt the same way before with English versions of songs, and it's like it's kind of off, right? But that's why translation, I believe, when it comes to Utaites as well, translation is also an art form, because you actually try to make it not even if you don't make it sound like the same song. I mean, don't make it sound like the same rhythm of the same song. You have to at least try to make it work. And some people who actually did the translations do make it work, and that's why I think the translation is also an art form. So to answer your question, not necessarily, just because it's only cringy because you mostly have heard it mostly on the original version, on the original language of it, which is yeah, and especially if they're fluent in both languages, it's kind of like a turn off. Then I understand that, but yeah, they're very yeah, they're it just has to, like, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
may sasabihin si Made. Made had
As
a previous talk
their
on translator.
as their oh wait, let me just fix
Go
my mic
ahead,
a
go
bit.
ahead.
Um,
Go ahead.
as the resident Tagalog to English translator here. Um,
Does
skill
it
issue
actually?
is all I can say. Skill
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 issue.
issue.
Wow,
Um,
wow,
no,
wow.
okay.
You
Oh,
just
A
came
lovely
on mic to
comment.
drop a F-bomb. Wow.
I think okay.
skill.
Partly that,
De joke lang.
partly has to also do with we aren't used to it yet. We don't hear much like English versions of Tagalog songs, and when we do, it's more often than not by like the translation isn't that very good. It's like when you hear English translations of Japanese songs from the artist themselves, it's more often than not a bit off compared to like fan made versions. So I guess we just don't have that much of a culture yet um
Yeah,
for
that's
for
also
Tagalog to English TLs of
right.
songs. And song TL is just really hard. It's just like super super hard to do because it's song translation is just as you said Migzu, it's a form of art, but also it's like a huge like writing exercise. And you just
Yeah, it is.
to make a good song translation, you don't just have to be good at translating, you have to be good at writing. And you could argue that like you have to be good in writing to be good in translation, but
Yes,
yeah. Um
that's true.
Same thing
You
with
got
like Tagalog song TL. It's just like if you're really good at it, I think you can make something that doesn't sound cringe
True,
that's
true,
right.
if
true.
you know how to properly use English.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I
That's
also know some examples din naman na Vocaloid Filipino covers. And the Vocaloid themselves, kahit si Hatsune Miku, ang galing niya mag-Tagalog. I'm saying this from an honest point.
yeah, she does. She's actually really good at Tagalog. It's actually very mind-boggling. Um, okay, next question. Why do you think PH Utaites what I wait, hold on. I didn't see the question. Oh right. What's the next question? Why do you think PH Utaites don't make much covers of traditional OPM? Huh. That is a good question. Well, because I guess yung nakasanayan nga, it's actually also the same thing. What a lot of people used to when you say Utaites, it's like, oh, person covering Vocaloid songs. That is the traditional. Like person, or if we make it a little bit more broad, person covering Japanese songs. So that's probably why a lot of people are not really that into covering OPM songs. But speaking personally, I'm one of them, of like many people in the new scene who say G, we just say go for it to the people who want to cover any song, because that just means you count as well as a good title. You matter. You count. That it counts. All right, it counts. So next question. What's the next one? How can one go about asking to collab with other PhD titles? Especially if you're new to the community, you're talking to the wrong person. I do everything myself. I'm kidding. I
Bruh.
guess you have to I guess the one way before you start doing it is meet people. I guess try to meet people, because see, for me, I got to meet this also the reason how I actually did the one way I actually got to do collaborations with a bunch of people is that I met them one day online, and then we just keep meeting each other. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know, you vibe with who you want to vibe, and then they hire like a music producer, or should I say an instrumentalist or a mixer or an artist. uh then that's how you go mingle around that. For me, kasi I'm not the I have I'm not that very good with communicating with other producers. So yeah, if you manage to do that communication well, I guess kasi communication just matters when it comes to to like if you want your stuff to get mixed, it's like, hey, hello. And and if I don't know, and the other way is save money, commission them. And then once you go and talk to the people who you commission, you get to know how they do their stuff. You also get to know their work ethic and stuff like that. So yeah, that's basically how how you would go about asking to collab with other Utaites. Just meet people on maybe online, because mostly I did meet them on Discord. So yeah. Are there any questions left? Um
Ano, merong question yung kambal mo sa Twitch.
oh my gosh, hi Kambal. Okay. How does one mix?
Haha, how much
uh,
time do you have?
I
Di, joke
how
lang.
many how much time? I only have 20 minutes left. I can't. But yeah, I one day I would want to show how I mix, because even my producer friends have told me that I don't mix like actual like other mixes, but although I do the basic foundation stuff, because of course I have to. But like, how do you mix? Put get something with the multi-layered audio track, like I don't know, FL Studio, Adobe Audition,
I don't
Audacity.
know. Just put beeps and bops, yo.
Yeah, just just put instrumental on track one, then put mains, and then harmonies below the mains, and then mishmash all of them effects. And if you want to go
Mm-mm.
deeper, use the if you know your physics, audio engineer, this stuff. Yeah, that's the quickest way I could say it. Workshop connects here. Maybe no promises. I don't know.
Why not? Why not? I mean,
I mean,
mixing at mixing at this point is your own art style, and then pwede mo i-integrate dun yung Japanese stuff. Why not? We
that's
always need for more speakers.
that is true. I was actually considering that as but I prefer a talk now instead of that
Uh,
because like yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, so okay. Next, I still don't know how to treat my own audio properly besides following 2019 Audacity tutorials. I think Audacity changed after 2019. Not very sure about it, but it for me it kind of did because like I tried to do I tried to record my voice in 2019 and I tried recording my voice in this better mic and it's kind of different-ish. I'm not I can't really I don't know if that's like accurate or not, but yeah, that's how it usually goes. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And if you don't know how to treat your mixes, it's Audacity.
Ito,
You
may question ako sa'yo. Since
yeah.
ikaw, you said you were a mixer, what should people send you in order for you to mix their voice into music? Like,
Oh,
I don't know,
right.
usually how does the process go? I'm curious.
All
I'm
right.
curious.
So
How do you color?
I like this question. So kasi right now I'm actually going through mixing someone else's voice din eh. So I don't know, maybe you might say me as a credit, Big Supi. I'm kidding. Let's see here. The the tips that I got from doing mixing are actually what I learned quote unquote from a bunch of different people in the Utaites community. So thank you. Um for me, if what you want to send me or I guess your mixer, pag sa akin kasi, all your main files in just one long vocal file. And if you have like mains that overlap, you can send another main file. Those will be the lead vocals that you have there. And then of course send all your harmonies that you want to work with. Preferably not in MP3, but in .wave file because that's the best processed audio file that you can do as a mixer. And then yeah, you can also send, oh, I want this to have this kind of feel, or I want you to do this kind of effect, and you could probably tell that already, and then they'll get back to you with the first draft. If you don't tell it immediately, they'll get back to you to the first draft, and then I mean for me, I would get back to the person in draft one. And more often than not, my draft ones are not the finals because it's I guess draft one pa lang. So like, what if you just want to change this part? Kasi just ask them na lang. You don't have to be too technical. It doesn't matter. We don't mind because we would know. Um we want this to be less reverbery, if you know what I mean. So like put less reverb on it. I want this sound to be more full, so left and right. You can literally hear your stereo. Oh, by the way, if you're going to record and send to a mixer, don't record in stereo. That's annoying. Record in mono all the time, please. But yes, that's basically it. Dot wave, send in record in mono and send all your stuff not in bits and pieces, but in one chunks. So like it'll be easier for us. So yeah. That's how the mixing process usually goes. Yeah. Then I will get back to the final one will be in a .wave file for them to use because it's the best audio file now. Yep. Who did
Amazing! Pachi, pachi,
Yay!
pachi, pachi.
I just
Round
did
of
the 5 minute
applause.
I just did the 5 minute sub crash course on mixing.
Oh, alam niyo na guys, ha? Bigyan niyo na ng trabaho
Not
si ano,
bad.
Migzu.
Hello. I
Ah,
might actually be opening comms. I'm not sure. But I don't know yet. Yeah.
Not
lol.
a bad idea.
Okay.
Bro moment. Thank you, Migzu. I really enjoyed
Yeah.
this talk.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
It
much.
You're,
just so happens.
wow, a very big, a very big information, a very big talk from our first speaker,
Yeah.
which is very
Yeah.
useful if you're interested, in music stuff. So yeah, go check Migzu out. His YouTube, his Twitter, his whatever TikTok he has.
Just YouTube and Twitter kasi ano
I see.
I think I only have stuff there and hindi pala I also have Spotify. Anyway,
Ah, ayun, narinig niyo.
Yeah.
I actually do have Spotify, so if you want to check my Spotify out, it's just Migzu. You can find it. I have original songs there, just original songs. So like yeah, yee.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the third my third rodeo. I chose this topic kasi there are I what do you call it? I noticed kasi in FanFeb nobody was really talking about Utaites. So like why not give the spotlight to the Utaites for one
True. Our first music talk wasn't really a talk but a workshop. Making your own utao.
Utao. Yeah, that was really
Yeah. Yeah, that was really cool. I didn't know you had vocal practices. Imagine practicing. Sheesh.
Yeah.
sheesh. Okay,
Oh yeah,
so
Speaking
before
of FanFab.
yeah.
So I guess we're about to go on break. Is that correct, Rocco?
Yeah, we'll be on break until our next talk. So stay tuned.
Yeah, actually this will be a very long break. It will be 1 hour. But before you go, I actually we actually want to thank our media sponsor, our media partners. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, we're not earning money here, but media partners pala, Otaku Play PH, Red Cloud, acardimac.com, Cosplay Cafe, Mokowa Animation, Rimaru Files, and I'm sorry if I butcher your guys' org. Ang Tomation Nihon Kyokai.
Yeah, you got it
Yay!
right.
Thank you for
Yay!
partnering us. Yay!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Special
Yay.
thanks.
Dinner, so dinner muna kayo guys. Balik kayo dito. Balik kayo ha. Promise nyo ha. Balik kayo
Yeah,
ha.
I have to. I have to.
Oo.
Sure to
I have
stay
to watch this
tuned.
Zoom.
Good God, am I
Yes.
hungry?
So yeah, see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
See you later. Uy!
And we
Uy!
are back.
Uy, Rocco!
Hey, guys.
Rocco, welcome back!
Oliver.
Oo, ano kaya talk natin ngayon, no? Ano kaya? Ano
Oh,
kaya?
God.
Ano kaya? No, siguro
Do you know?
sa
Do you know?
sa background ko, siguro
What
pansit
is
canton
that?
pag-uusapan natin.
Is that an Evangelion?
Multi pa na ako mapabuya. Wag kang ganyan, pre, ha?
Fine, fine.
Hindi, una-una
It's
kasi
a Gundam.
Yes, thank you, Rocco. We've been there.
Sorry.
Pero ano
I
kasi,
got too excited. Sorry.
understand. It's okay, it's okay. Pero ito nga, kaya ako ni-mention ang Pancit Canton kasi kanina sa Sec A, may nagpa-Pancit Canton na. Oo, may nagdala ng Pancit Canton, kumain sila. Yun daw yung dinner nila. So, actually, this is an invitation for our live stream viewers right there now. Punta kayo for our talks, Ariel. Pwede na. Dati, hindi kasi pwede eh. So, yeah, I'm inviting you. Minsan pa nga, meron kami mga spicy topics na pinag-uusapan sa sa Sec A eh. Pero, pwede mo sabihin na bakit nandito kami ngayon? Kasi syempre, nasa virtual world pa kami. Pero, pupunta din kami sa real world. Don't worry guys, makikita mo kami. Pero yes, if nakikita nyo ngayon ang background ko, it's Gundam. Di ko alam kung anong model, pero siguro yung speaker natin na pag-uusapan ng Gundam, alam niya kung anong model to. Sasabihin niya lahat kung anong grade, tapos kung anong yan. Actually,
It's some kind of mobile suit.
What's a mobile suit? Wag mo sagutin. Iba sasagot. Wait, nakaulagay pa maya. Actually, this is our first talk having Gundam, right? Remember first Fandom February? We actually had a student professor talk about Gundam and yung mga nanood din sa kanya mga students niya. So I think that's kind of cute. 'Di ba? 'Di ba? Pero ito na yung pinagkaiba nung first year sa third year ng Fandom February talk natin sa Gundam. Ito magiging workshop na siya. I mean, not technical. We'll see. Kaya surprise at the end. Tignan natin, ha.
All right.
So yeah, I will introduce our speaker. Asan na siya? Wait, si Kyle Matthew.
Hello.
Si Kyle Matthew. Hi Kyle. Ng ng Ateneo de Manila University, our very own homebred. Bread not in tinapay, pero yung get the point. So, ito nga pala si Kyle Matthew. Pwede nyo nang tawagin siyang Matt. Tawag ko sa kanya Kyle kasi I think Kyle's a cool name. Hi, Kyle. He's a second year BS manager.
Personally, I prefer Matt.
Okay.
Kyle's okay also.
Okay. It's Matt. Kasi dami na naming Matt sa Toushin. But I'll call you Matt. You'll be my exclusive Matt for today. Yes.
Okay.
So second year siya in BS management student from business student and an occasional writer and fan of good stories set in a fictional world. But one thing that has managed to capture his imagination even as a child were giant robots, more commonly known as mecha. So bata pa lang siya. Hindi pa nag-i-exist yung Optimum Pride meme. Nauna na si Matt. So, makinig kayo sa kanya. For his talk, nag-iiba-iba yung slides. Giants of Imagination, a presentation of mecha in media and writing. It's a workshop where he shares the history of mecha genre, its position today, and as well as how can one can form their own mecha story. The workshop will allow participants to create their own simple story ideas, as well as allow them to learn how to write a simple premise. So, take it away, Matt. You're my Gundam man.
Well, Mech Man, but yeah.
Okay, Mech man. Cool
okay,
man.
So I can start sharing now, right?
Okay. Go ahead.
Give
We'll
me a
take
second.
care of you. Who is playing anime music in the background?
Just a note as well in chat. Someone asked, Shadow Vigilante
someone
once said that like is the thing on the back an Astrea type F.
No, I know that. No, that was me.
Oh, that
Shadow's
was
me.
Okay.
But no, someone's asking in chat type F. So I was like, okay, yeah, the straight type
Type
F.
F.
The best second generation 00 unit. But yeah. There we go. I'll just wait for the stream to catch up. Okay. Should be set. All right, so I'll take it away from here now. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Yep,
Okay.
go ahead. We're all waiting
So
for you. We're excited.
welcome, and I would like to first off thank you all for coming here today, this evening. It's a Friday too, so I thank you for coming here today on the weekend of all times. So welcome to Giants of Imagination, a presentation on mecha in media and writing. And you're probably wondering, who is this guy that's standing in front of you? Aside, well, the speaker's already given an introduction, but I'll give my own. So who is this guy? So I'm Kyle Matthew Law. That's my full name. I'm from Second BS Management. You might be wondering what's a management major doing here, but we'll get to it. And I'm from Xavier School. That's my alma mater. And I am a thorough enjoyer of Final Fantasy XIV and the Fate franchise. And recently, I've also become an older brother after 18 years. So you can see here, that's my little sister down in the corner. Baby pa siya. But yeah. So, I'll probably skip over this na lang, since it's kind of hard to interact with everyone here due to the multiple platforms. But we can talk a bit more when we do the workshop section of the talk. So, what is a mecha? It's a term usually described to describe giant robots from Japanese pop culture, but it can also apply to other giant robots outside of Japan. So, in short, giant robots. Okay, so, but then you might be wondering, but why? Why giant robots? What's the point? Well, let's have a short history lesson. So, I'm John Green, and welcome to Crash Course World History. Okay, I'm just joking. But yeah, let's talk about the first mecha, Tetsujin 28 Go. Arguably, it can be Astro Boy as well, but many people agree Tetsujin set the precedent for what mecha is today and what it would be eventually become. It started as a manga in 1956 and was animated for the first time in 1963. It was made in the wake of World War II and it was made to display the symbol of it was made to be a symbol of power and to show the destructive capabilities of weapons of war. So, Tetsujin is very much a product of its time. I'm sure you all know all about Godzilla, King of the Monsters, Gojira, or just Goji. He was a symbol of the destructive power of nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, Tetsujin 28 Go is a symbol of the German wonder weapons, or Wunderwaffe of the Germans, and also old American bomber planes. So it was very much made in a time of reflecting on war. Moving on, we have the era of super robots, or the era of supers, as I like to call it. It started during the high point of Japan's post-war economic miracle, if you've studied that in history class at some point. Around this time, Japan was beginning to make more and more media purely for entertainment purposes. So think dramas or animated shows like this. So Japan was starting to do away with the World War II metaphors of Godzilla and Tetsujin 28 in this era. And we have the first super robot show, Mazinger Z, made by Go Nagai. So this is an era which was very much the era of superheroes of different kinds. They were made as heroes for the masses, and they were about good and evil, typical black and white morality, yin and yang. So we had two kinds of heroes, tokusatsu, who are your costume heroes like Power Rangers, or as I like to show here, Kamen Rider, and your super robots, which are basically giant robots with superpowers. So you can think of it as a superhero robot, like if Superman was a robot instead of being human-sized. That is what a super robot essentially is. But everything would change when the Gundams would attack. In 1979, a man by the name of Yoshiyuki Tomino would change the game by creating Mobile Suit Gundam, the first real robot show. It actually came out originally to become very unpopular when it first came out. But thanks to the need for sci-fi shows and movies caused by Star Wars, ironically, believe it or not, as well as their new line of plastic bottle kits, Gundam soon rose to popularity. However, Gundam's story is not all sunshine and rainbows, as it depicted the horrors of war in great detail for its time. So, what exactly is the real in Real Robot? First off, Real Robot is an attempt to make war machines rather than superheroes. So you can think of them as bipedal tanks or jets. Another thing that makes a real robot real is that it is morally gray. It is meant to depict real people and, by extension, society. Okay. And as a result of Gundam, we have the formation of subgenres, super robot and real robot. What are they subgenres? Well, the answer is nope. It's actually more a sliding scale, moving more towards one side than the other, but having elements of both. In a sense, Gundam is not actually completely realistic, considering it still has some supernatural elements in it. So that's where this idea comes from, that it's more sliding scale rather than actual subgenres. Wasn't supposed to.
No worries.
So,
Take it easy.
sorry, let's just go back. And I'll share it again. So sorry about that once again. So now we're okay. All right. So back to where I was going to what I was going to say. As a result of Gundam, we have the formation of subgenres. Real robot. Sorry. I have a script here, so I'm getting a bit confused myself with it. So don't worry about that. So after the creation of Gundam, more and more ideas popped out and ushered in what I call, or consider rather, the golden age of mecha. A lot of mecha shows and media popped up around this time. all with their own ideas, which were made in an attempt to reinvent the wheel of mecha. So there were a lot of concepts, like a lot. So many that I want to play a little game, if you're still with me, of course. So it's a lightning round quiz. So let's see if you can distinguish what side of the mecha genre this series is leaning towards based on my description and the image given. Real, super, or somewhere in the middle. You have 20. I'll give it like a good 10 seconds rather instead of 20. So are you ready? And then let's go. So Voltus 5 or Voltus V, as it's actually pronounced. A team of five pilot a combining robot named the Voltus V. They use electric-based attacks and have a signature move where they cut a V shape into their enemy. Real, super, or somewhere in the middle.
Elnat says, super daw. And Madi says middle.
I say
Migzu
super.
says super. So you are correct, Elnath and Migzu. That is indeed super robot. So next we have armored trooper Votoms, or just simply Votoms. Soldiers fight in armored troopers, powered by volatile fuel and are considered walking coffins. They fight on behalf of different space governments, and some are even known to be super soldiers called survivors who have super luck. Real, middle, or super? So I see people here saying real in Twitch chat. Migzu says real. You are all correct. It is indeed real. Now this one's a bit more difficult. Aura Battler Dunbean. A show where people are sent to a world of magic. In a sense, one of the first isekai anime. And in this world of magic, they create their own mechs using, well, magic. But this magic is normal in their world, and in a sense, it's how we treat our own technology. So real, middle, or super? Your choice. So I see Elnath here is saying middle. Migzu is going with real. Anyone else going once, twice? And you are correct. It is middle. Although, sorry, I forgot to say earlier, but take note, the genre slide is not, of course, set in stone. So what I say isn't necessarily what these series are categorized as. So just take note of that. So next up, we have Martian successor Nadesico, or just Nadesico. So people stranded near Jupiter want to force everyone to like a single super robot show. I know, sounds weird. And they use super robots to fight the forces of Earth that use similar technology, but instead in real robots. There's also a really overpowered ship that fires gravity blasts. So real, middle, or super? So let's see. Migzu says super. Twitch chat, super. And you are both wrong. It's actually very much square in the middle because of how a lot of the things in the show work. It's not exactly, and it's meant to be more of a parody series, so it's not really set in stone whether it's real or super. So it's really in the middle. Okay, I'm pretty sure a lot of you know this one, Neon Genesis Evangelion. A bunch of beings called angels invade Earth, and it's up to a bunch of teenagers piloting angel clones to defeat them. And I will not elaborate any further because I have not watched it. And you are all wrong. I personally consider it to be more super robot because the fact that what they're fighting is supernatural, and the fact that what they're also piloting is supernatural. It's really more on the super side for me. Again, this is subjective, so you're not technically wrong. I don't care if it's spoilers. It's in the first episodes. And finally, we have Macross. Earth utilizes an ancient piece of alien technology called the Macross to fight against an invading alien force using transforming jet mecha and the power of singing. And no, I did not make that up. So is it real, middle, or super? And yes, this is basically if you want to look for one of the sources of idol anime, this is one of them. So yeah. It's more real because most of the weapons they actually use are pretty conventional, so missiles, guns, and all that. Arguably the most super part about it is the Macross itself, considering it's a giant transforming spaceship, but yeah. Okay. So now the real question. With all these ideas thrown out into the world, as well as a lull in the production of mecha anime that people seem to completely miss, is mecha a dying genre? The answer for me is a solid no. It's still going quite strong, in fact, as evidenced by the new Gundam show. If you've heard of it or seen it, I know a lot of people who haven't watched a single mecha show before actually are being quite attracted to the new Gundam show. So I suggest you watch it if you haven't. It's free on YouTube, so there's that. So not to mention, with anime becoming more and more mainstream, people's interest in the topic has only continued to grow. In fact, with the amount of media being released right now about mecha, as I mentioned, the new Gundam show, Witch from Mercury, SSSS, Gridman, and Dynazenon, a new Armored Core game made by From Software, makers of Dark Souls, and the game Super Robot Wars 30, which is a big crossover tactical RPG style game if you're a fan of like Fire Emblem, which I highly recommend if you have a PlayStation, Switch, or a PC. It's, for me, a mecha renaissance. So, as it stands, I believe that mecha will forever be an icon. You can immediately think of Japan and sometimes Gundam when you hear the word. Not to mention, mecha has its hands in other genres. Believe it or not, as I mentioned earlier, Macross is one of the origins of idol anime. It's a frontier of endless possibilities, simply waiting to be written. And that, my friends, is where you come in. That's why you're all here. You can help to make it even better and known to more people. So, any questions so far before I move on? Migzu, the giant Gundam is still there. Actually, it's going to go away though in March. So if you're planning a trip, you might want to plan it soon because it's not going to be there in a few weeks. Anything from the Facebook side?
Wait, did they tell why they were removing the big Gundam?
The one in Yokohama, it's mainly because I think it's because the port is a public space where it's placed. That, and I believe that because I went there personally actually over the semestral break. And one thing I did see there was that they would still want to improve upon the design because it's not exactly what they envisioned for it originally. Because what they wanted to do with it, of course, was to make it as close to the show as possible, make it like athletic and all that. But what they have right now is more like a showpiece where it's kind of just moving slowly, doing all these gestures. But so I think what they want to do is they want to try and improve the design where they can. But personally, I already think it's pretty good. So if you have the chance to see it, and you likely will because there's rumors that it's going to be extended, the time it's there to be extended. So if you find the time, I highly suggest seeing it. It's a very surreal experience. So much that wants to as well. Yes, Sunrise. Sunrise is definitely the mecha animation studio. And it's actually been absorbed by Bandai, if you didn't know, Bandai Namco. So if you wanna get more mecha anime, support Bandai because that's their main method.
We have a question from Slido. Would you like to read that, or do I read it for you?
Is it on Facebook? Because I do not have it open at the moment.
Okay, it's on stream, but I'll read it for you right now. What mecha would you recommend to someone who isn't that much into mecha? Someone asks anonymously.
Okay, like if you're just starting, my personal recommendation, of course, would be the most recent Gundam. Or personally, if you want something that tackles certain global issues that are still relevant today, I would say Gundam 00. It deals with war intervention. So if you think you'll enjoy something like that, I highly suggest Gundam 00. It's my favorite Gundam out of all of them. So it really is like asking the question, at what point will the world be fine with conflict? Exia enjoy
conflict.
yours.
I don't, Matt. You said that since you were a kid, you always like Gundam. Like how old?
No, not
How old were
Gundam,
you?
not Gundam
Oh wait, no,
necessarily.
Mechs.
In general, but
sorry.
For me, it personally started when I watched the original Transformers show, as in Generation 1, like the one from the
Oh
80s.
yeah, the one with is English dub or the Japanese
English, of
one?
course. I didn't watch it in Japanese. I watched it in English because it's.
Oh yeah, no one could read that early. Of course, yes.
But no, it's because my dad was a fan of the show when he was a kid, so he had some episodes on before, and I watched with him. I think that's
Damn.
how it started. And then after that, I started watching Gundam because my dad also got more episodes of that because he wanted to watch, because he wanted to
So
give me something to watch. So I eventually became a fan of that also, and here we are today.
now I'm gonna ask: will you show your little sister your mechs shows?
I mean, depends. If
Hmm.
she wants to, I won't stop her.
In a sibling relationship, growing up with siblings, there's no stopping. Your little sister will eventually like what you like. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah, she's gonna get into mechas, dude.
Yeah, she's gonna get into mechas.
That's how I started liking Gundam. My eldest brothers were so into it back then.
Yeah.
I was actually planning to build one before this, but I didn't have the time.
Oh, what model were you looking for?
I have it right here, actually.
Gundam Flex.
No, it's just here. Yes, just grab it from Green Hills.
High grade. Damn. Damn guys, do you remember our first Gundam talk? Yeah, the
Wow,
professor
flash.
the professor flexed all his Gundams like here is it
Wait, he
shell by
did
shell.
actually. He
Yeah,
actually
flash
did.
he did. There was a VOD before that in YouTube. So it but we have a different workshop for her. So don't watch that yet. So watch here.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah.
Can't
Okay.
have them
But
going to the
yeah.
YouTube yet.
Okay. But yeah, I think we can move on. I can show you my. Do we have another question?
Yeah. Would you say that a lot of Filipinos got into mecha through Sentai shows on public free TV?
Sentai, Super Sentai, or Power Rangers. Personally, I think yeah, that's one part of it. Another definitely be uh personally, I think another part of it's talagang word of mouth. because and when you like look for anime figures, it's like inevitable that you might come across something Gundam related because of how widespread it is as a franchise in terms of merchandise. So I think talaga you will come across it eventually in some way, shape, or form, whether it's the shows or games or even novels or manga or as I showed you earlier, the model kits and figures. So yeah, I'd think it's more word of mouth and like seeing it for yourself rather than like Super Sentai.
Oh, also, I got a question for Matt. Matt, your dad never showed you what's that called, Voltus 5?
No, he
Or
didn't. No, he didn't.
wow, wow, you already got to the good stuff. Damn,
No, but
I'm
I
okay.
don't think. I
Wait,
think
sorry.
because it's mainly because you can't. It's kind of hard to find. I'm not sure how hard it is to find the Filipino version or even
It's
like
on you.
or
It's
like
on
even the
YouTube as well.
original. No, I
Yeah,
mean
he
like also
got
the
You can
original dub
pirate that.
with like the yeah, that's the I didn't know. I didn't think he knew where to find that, so
Understandable.
he probably just
through,
settled for Gundam. I don't
through
know.
Filipino,
Yeah,
through
yeah.
Filipinas na.
See,
Side note,
see.
Toshin does not condone piracy,
I'm sorry. I'm
but
sorry.
if you want to, we'll just leave it up to you. So yeah.
Yeah, here's
Well, Gundam is free anyway, so you can't really pirate it anyways.
True, true. It's on YouTube as well.
Yeah,
Also,
it's
Officially
all on
he,
soon.
YouTube.
yeah, all Elnat knows it as well that his dad got him into her into Voltes 5. My dad got me into Voltes 5. Who else got into Voltes 5? Well, not
my
Matt.
my my dad gotten me into not just Voltus 5, but there's this American show called Voltron, which you can call Super Robots, I guess, as well.
You mean what's it? I forgot the Japanese name.
Yeah, but
But
yeah,
I think we're going a bit off track now, so I
yeah, it's
think
off track
we
now.
Mm-mm.
But
should
yes,
probably move on.
Yes. No more.
Voltus
We will
5.
have more follow-up questions
Yeah,
after
it's
Matt
not
will have
open
his
forum
More
workshop.
yet,
follow-up
guys.
questions as well as the workshop proper. So let's just move
Mm-hmm.
on. So, uh, quick disclaimer before we move on. I am not an expert at writing. Okay, as some doctors like to say, they're a doctor in practice. I'm a writer in practice. I am still like learning how to write. So, uh, so anything, any piece of literature, there's a number of things you can pull from a single piece or concept, and I by no means know everything there is to know about writing. So what I teach you here today is more a template than anything else. Mecha is always the exception, not the rule. So Mecha innovates, and you should try to as well when writing Mecha. So just this is just a guideline. This is not strictly to be followed. So what I say here is mostly a guideline for starting. And yeah, let's get to it. So let's start with the world concept. So let's start with the four main key components you need to know when writing a mecha story. First off, the world concept. Second, the mechs and characters. You'll see why I grouped them together in a moment. And third, the target audience. And lastly, the references, visual references rather. So let's go to the world concept. And this is mainly about what you want your setting to be and what type of story you want to tell. And you're probably thinking, you've heard this whole shebang before, right? This is like basic storytelling 101. You probably would have even learned this in English class. Well, that's because Mecha is actually quite flexible and can coexist with many styles of writing as well as many other genres. So you can do quite a lot with it. And as I mentioned earlier, like Macross is involved with idol anime. There's a couple that are involved with rom-com, another with another that's romance, straight up romance. But I will warn you that you should be aware that you should not draw focus away from the mecha aspects too much if you are making a mecha series first and foremost. Okay. Otherwise, you may fall into the pitfall of creating a work that is just cyberpunk with mecha slapped on the back. So a good example of this would be the second season of Genlock from Rooster Teeth. Do not watch it. It is terrible. Like even from just a normal writing standpoint, it is absolutely horrid. So yeah, just make sure that your ideas for mecha are not completely overshadowed if you're trying to make a mecha show first and foremost. If it's something with mecha just slap on the side, that's fine. But for the most part, do not try to do that if it's mecha first and foremost. So really, you need to just balance it out. Okay, you just need to balance out the mecha aspects of mecha and whatever else you put in your series. Or if you decide to have a mecha come out at the tail end of a story, make sure you tease it in some capacity beforehand. So Chekhov's gun, if you know that. So let's look at a couple of ideas, typical mecha ideas. So here we have realistic wars, so something you'll find in like Gundam or a lot of other real robot shows, and it's a depiction of a real conflict and usually has two militaries fighting against each other. And here on the right, we have something on the completely different spectrum, a war against monsters. So usually they'll build mechs to fight against a group of monsters, sometimes aliens and sometimes something subterranean in origin, but otherwise they fight monsters that at the start are usually beyond human understanding. So if you're wondering what this image is, it's from an anime called Muv-Luv Alternative. And it's basically the entire world is overrun by a bunch of monsters from space. So let's move on. So let's have a look at some rarer mecha ideas. First off, we have the isekai or magic mecha, which usually involves someone getting transported to a world of magic where magic is used to make the mechs. They can likely also use magic themselves as a result of it being in fantasy. So here we have a show called Magic Knight Greyarth. Yeah, you should watch the anime, not the OVA, if you plan on watching that. And then here on the right, we have a rom-com series mecha, Full Metal Panic, being prominent, with Full Metal Panic being the most prominent. It's school hijinks mixed with special operations units fighting terrorists. Quite nice, according to my friend who's watching it. Very nice. And let's have a look at the weirder ideas. If I had a Mr. Incredible uncanny meme right now, I would play it, but yeah, my face will have to do. So first on the left, we have the Ideon. It's a godlike mech that observed humanity and decided to kill them all and reset the entire race of humanity because of their unnecessary wars. Like, oh, you're gonna fight against each other? Okay, you're gone. That's it. Just dead. And your entire race is reset across the universe. And then we have Getter Emperor, where mankind becomes God. Imagine humanity crushing every single thing in the galaxy until everything in it just becomes Getter. That thing on your screen right now. Kind of scary, especially considering everyone just goes along with it. Every human on Earth, they just go along with it. And by that extension, becoming absolutely xenophobic, making humanity the superior race. It's a bit scary when you think about it. But yeah. So as you can see, with all those ideas, and from the guessing game earlier, you can see that there's a wide range of possibilities in writing mecha stories. You don't even have to adhere to the ideas I've presented here. You can just let your imagination run wild, and even media that rarely use mecha can be considered mecha in a sense. Just heed my warning from earlier and make sure to balance the themes, of course. And yeah, I'd also like to present a few of like the more unique ideas that were presented to me during my original talk, because I previously did this for the Writers Guild org, which is the writers org of Ateneo de Manila University. So there's like one idea where it was basically Atlantis, but like all the kings there basically had their own mech, and they pretty much just battled it out between each other. So yeah, there's a lot of unique ideas you can do with it. So let's move on to the bread and butter of any piece of mecha media. It's arguably the most important part as well, the most important part of mecha. You cannot have a mecha show without the mecha or the characters. Otherwise, you'll just have a blank piece of paper. As mentioned earlier, they can also be quite flexible, both characters and mechs. But how do they interact with each other? Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I was reading chat. Yeah. So to answer that, let's first look at an example. So this is one of my favorite mechs, the Hookebine. It's from Super Robot Wars OG. So if you remember, I mentioned earlier Super Robot Wars 30. That's what the franchise this comes from. Although and before you ask, no, it is not a Gundam, despite it looking like one. It is an homage to the design. So speaking of its design, it's actually, compared to a lot of other mechas, it's actually quite simple and blunt. And it gets straight to the point. Its pilot is a CEO of a company that produces mechs and very much a person who likes getting the job done as quickly and efficiently as possible. And as I mentioned about it being designed to be simple and blunt, it is very much used as a blunt tool since it is powered by a black hole and also fires black holes itself. So I notice two things immediately. First is that the design of the mech communicates something. And second is that the pilot also has a sort of connection to the mech itself, even if it's not physically. So from that, let's talk about the core part of mecha, which would be the mech, of course. You can't have a mecha show without a mecha. They can come in many different variations, all different shapes, sizes, forms, and abilities. And as you may remember from what I described earlier, they all have their own unique and distinct personalities that come out through their design. So really, mechs are more than just weapons, even if the series explicitly states that they aren't. There's always a hint of something more to just being a simple weapon. So let's talk about the importance of a mech to the world. Some are more relevant than others due to different factors like being involved in important events, utilizing new technology, or by only being usable by certain people. Of course, there are other factors, but these are just a few examples. You also need to determine if the mech is one of a kind, a prototype, a limited production, or a mass production mech. If you're confused on what limited production and mass production is, limited is pretty much like limited is like limited edition mechs. You just think of it like that. While mass production ones are like your bog standard mechs churned out by factories very quickly. But speaking of the standard, what about the unique? What about your main cast of characters? You need to assign a specific mech to a specific character. Of course, there will be situations where someone else might be at the controls, but all the same, it should embody your main pilot and their personality. And this applies to mooks and grunts as well. The faceless soldiers and the factions they belong to all need an identity to attach themselves to, and grunt mechs are perfect for just that. And now, we move on to what makes up the paradise of many real robot fans, the grunts. So, these are your typical cannon fodder mechs, henchmen or goons, if you will. They're mainly there for your main characters to shoot something. They are very much the underdog mechs, and you can very much write a story with just these things in your story. But do not sleep on them. I'm telling you now, if you do make grunts for your story, do not ignore them. They can become very iconic in their own right. And just have a look at this mech on the slide. It's called the Zaku 2, and ironically, it's one of the most popular mechs from Gundam, bar the Gundam itself. Not only is it a great design, but some of the characters from the enemy faction use it so well that it just managed to gain this great reputation all of its own from its collective use throughout Gundam. It's so iconic that in subsequent Gundam series, they always try to recreate it in some way, be it an upgrade, an inspired design, or an homage. So don't sleep on grunts. You'll thank me later. Sakusaku quoted. Now, I think this here is one of the most important parts of making a mech of any kind, and it's something I think is a value that Japanese mecha have over the rest, and that would be the symbolic meaning of mechs. And I think personally, when I started writing, I think this is what started to draw me in, like what exactly does a mech represent? Like what can you make it represent as a symbol? So if you know a bit about Japanese culture, you would know that Japan has an interesting relationship with nature, given how Shinto actively worships it and fears it. Japan likes to give form to nature in their gods and give form to phenomena in the form of their yokai spirits. Same thing with mecha, really. As you saw with Tetsujin and Godzilla, they were personifications of tragedies of World War II. Mecha of today are no different. They're all personifications of something. Either that be a character spirit, a group of people, a real world problem. So it is important to take note of a mecha's symbolic meaning. Now then, let's move on to the characters. They will usually be your pilots or the controllers of your mechs. And most of what you know about writing characters can be applied here if you know anything about it. But one thing to keep in mind is that your pilots will need a reason to pilot a mech. They need a connection to it. You can't just suddenly shove a pilot into a mech and tell them to pilot it for no reason, i.e. get into the robot, Shinji. So they need to be given a reason, either a personal reason or due to different circumstances. So, as I mentioned, you can apply most of what you already know to writing characters in mecha. They can be from any background, so long as they have a reason to pilot. However, not all supporting characters need to be pilots. Some can be part of a ship crew, an informant, a general, a politician. Just as long as they fit into the setting, you can write any character. Who the hell pinged me? Never mind. So, as I mentioned before, your pilot needs a reason to be with the mech of their own. You need to figure out what their relation to the mecha is. How did they build it? Did they build it? Know someone who made it? Or have a special trait needed to pilot it? You should also try to figure out if they have the real life skills that can translate to piloting, and if they are proficient at piloting as well. It will affect how they control the mech and if they need to learn and grow as they pilot it, granting them an even closer bond to one another. So, next up, you have to figure out how your character will integrate with their mech. Rather, how does your character directly interact with the mech? You need to figure out how they are connected to it, either emotionally, physically, or symbolically. Are they fused together in some way? And How is the mech used by the character and for what purpose? So you could say the last slide was about the why someone pilots a mech, but this one is more about the how they pilot the mech or how they integrate themselves with it. Figuring out their integration is like making a proper blueprint or mock-up of a building, whilst the reason to pilot is the conceptualization of the building. This is putting the reasoning into practice. And here's a very out of context example from one of my favorite Gundam shows, as I mentioned earlier, Gundam 00, where the main character, Setsuna FCA, loves to state that he is a Gundam, as you can see in this image here. But he doesn't look like he transforms, or cybernetic for that matter. What he believes is that a Gundam isn't just a machine. It can be anyone or anything that fights for the purpose of world peace. So in a way, he has conceptually integrated himself with the idea of mecha. Don't limit yourself just to emotional or physical integration. Try the conceptual route. So here's the question you might have had in your heads. Why did I put mechs and characters in the same category? Well, it's basically because mechs are, in a way, another less complicated character compared to humans, depending on the context, of course. So by default, you will write about two characters, both of whom need a story to tell about, both of whom need to tell a story of some sort. So an example I used here is Titanfall 2, rest in peace, Titanfall Legend. Sad to hear that, but yeah, it's like you will have a human character, of course, and you can have mech can be sentient, non-sentient, but to some degree, you will have to write a story about the mech. So yeah. But what if you have no pilot at all? What then? Well, not all mechs need pilots to work. So you're not always limited to just having only a pilot and its mech. Sometimes you can just have a giant sentient robot. Most famous example, of course, being the Transformers. Now then, sorry. Sorry about that. Anyways, for the third key component of writing a mecha story, you need to consider who your target audience is, or find them for that matter. But isn't the target audience just mecha fans? You would be very wrong. As I mentioned earlier, mecha has its hands in a lot of other genres and is quite flexible to write. So combining mecha with other genres of fiction is all but inevitable. So you need to find out what your secondary genre is so that you can find your target audience. So first step, of course, would be to define your secondary genre. You need to figure out what else your story will do aside from having giant robots punch one another to death, but more on that later. Without that, your story will be a little bland and you need to inject parts of other genres here and there to make something unique. You should, however, take into account if using mecha can change your secondary genre entirely. Like using mecha in a fantasy setting can upset the balance quite a bit, since the two genres are a bit at odds with each other. And that's when we ask the question, will it blend? You need to make sure if they make sense together. If not, you may have to change either the story or the genre in question. You may also need to figure out if it is necessary or not. Does it enhance the story or does it bring it down? So you really just need to figure out if they make sense when put together. Otherwise, make some edits or find something else that makes more sense with mecha, or how you want to write it for that matter. Now, going back to what I was talking about, robots just punching each other. Now, from personal experience, I don't always want to use my brain 100% of the time just to enjoy something. like grinding yeah, Final Fantasy 14. I don't want to keep my brain on to sweat and min-max my gaming experience. I just want to have a chill and fun time. Same thing goes for Mecha. Why is there a lion on its chest? Because it's cool. It looks cool. Because some people just want dumb fun. And if that's what you want to write, go ahead. You will simply need to adjust the amount of information you put into your story. If ever, you can always give the more dedicated fans a better look at your world through side content, but otherwise simplify the story, just not too much, where it becomes incomprehensible. And last but not least, the last component you need to make a mecha story are the visual references. So why do you need visual references? So I heard this from my friend in Writer Skill when I presented there. Why would you need visual references when there's the typical saying, a thousand words paints a picture. But personally, I would like to disagree, because not only do you get amazing artwork for your story, but you also get something that's very integral to mecha stories. So I'd like to ask, can anyone try describing this for me? Like right now, like give your best shot at trying to describe this thing with words. Like as many words as you can. He looks like a child. That's oh. Dragon. Jet Torso's not far off, actually. Jet Torso is actually not that far off. Okay, and I think most of you have already hit your limits on descriptive words, but yeah, as you can see, it's very hard to describe the whole thing. And just so you know what we Gundam fans tend to call it, we actually call it a chicken. We actually call it a chicken because if you can see this little beak up here, this beak section, these are the wings, these are the chicken legs. But yeah, that we basically just call it a chicken. But even that doesn't really paint the whole picture of what this exactly is. Like you can see, words can barely capture it. You can see all these vents, all these hatches, all these spikes, all these verniers. They're just too much mechanical details in a single mech to accurately describe it with words. Which is why you need visual references in your mechas, in your mech shows or what have you. All they do say, as I said earlier, a million words can paint a picture. I dare you to try and describe this accurately, like without just one word descriptors. This is why you need it. You need visual references. So another reason why would be to, of course, avoid confusion, to prevent it. This doesn't just go for things that are like the same model of mech, but it also goes for those that follow a similar design language. Take these two, for example. Both are from Gundam, but they're from alternate universes. Yet, if I were to give you the description of a boxy mech with chest vents, a visor, and a rear head antenna, you would practically see both in your imagination when, for instance, it is trying to describe only one among the two. Like, see, like if you're to compare the two and I gave you that description, you would be confused. Staring at the big but yeah, that's why you need visual references. And not to mention, your readers will just have a harder time following your story. In fact, it will be hard to visualize anything at all. I tried it once. It didn't work. It didn't work at all. So you really need to make sure you have them so that people can more easily follow your story. This is true for all mecha media. Without it, it's quite hard to get people to like it at all. So why else would you need visual references? Well, for one, as I mentioned earlier, to avoid confusion. But another would be to cater to the detail nerds. Like, look at this image. Beautiful mechanical detail. Just look at that. Exposed frame detail everywhere. But yeah, especially for those who like real robots, or if your world has heavy world building in it and lore, you would need it. So it's like you can see all these pistons and other mechanical details, and it's just amazing to look at it and think that this leapt out from the pages of a book or from a TV show. Like, it's right there in front of you. Like, all these details, it's right in your hand. So with that, questions, comment, violent reactions before we move on to the writing workshop. So, Oliver, can you see if there's any questions on Facebook also in the Slido?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. No, wala yung ano. Yung kamay. Oh, there you go. My arm. Okay.
How do you use that setup, by the way? Is it like
It's
Oculus?
VR.
No,
Yeah.
is it like Oculus or is it Vive?
It's Oculus Quest.
I see.
Vive.
Is Vive outdated?
No. Vibe is. Yeah, it is. It is outdated. I'm afraid.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's Oculus now. But yeah,
Mhm.
I just want to know if
I actually thought that was the workshop proper because you were giving guidelines already. I'm like, damn, this is actually nice a world building workshop. Damn.
no, there's still the because I originally when I did this, there was actually there's this next slide where it's where I ask you to make your own mecha concept.
I
Originally,
want that.
I only had 15 minutes to make this because
Bro.
we went
I
way
mean,
behind the time.
we can over. I mean,
We still have a lot of time.
Matthew from Toushin. Can we overtime?
It's still we still have an hour left. I'm surprised that I even got this done really fast because this took an hour 30 for me when I did it before.
Well, that's how much you care
You had,
about
like-
details.
Yeah, you had 2 hours too, so that's cool.
You can really hear the passion.
Exactly. At saka exciting to robots. Oh, I always wanted to design robots in 3D.
Yeah,
Really?
it
But
would
he-
help.
Damn. I mean,
Well, if you wanted to do that, there's a couple of games that can cater to that.
I see.
Get into
Gun
actually-
Breaker.
Before we do that, let's have a look at some recommendations. So first off, of course, a few of you were asking for recommendations, so here are mine. So Gundam, specifically Gundam 00, Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, Gundam The Witch from Mercury, and the original Gundam compilation films are my recommendations for the Gundam series. There is the Armored Core franchise, which is going to have a new entry in 2023. It's very exciting. It's been dead for almost 10 years, and it's coming back this year.
someone keeps kicking the dog. We've all been there.
But yeah, there's Raxophon, which is about let's just say it's about clay people. Then of course there's Evangelion, although I haven't personally watched it. There's Line Barrels of Iron, or Kurogane no Line Barrel, which is both an anime and a manga, though I suggest reading the manga because the anime deviates from the original manga quite a lot. Of course, there's Super Robot Wars, which is a crossover game. As I mentioned earlier, it's a tactical RPG. And it's a big crossover between every single mech you can imagine. So Gundam, Super Sentai, there's a lot. There's a lot. If you've played Sakura Tyson, it's also there. And it's just a big smash. It's really big, just smashing together giant robots to fight each other. And it's very interesting. It's a very good way to learn about other series if you want. Although in a very fragmented experience. And then of course we have the
Uy!
Reverend
Uy!
Default 2.
Uy! Meron ako niyan. $3 on Steam. Get it right now on sale.
it.
It was worth it at full price.
Oh,
Can't
right.
imagine it now.
Do it. But yeah, there's also Titanfall 2, which if you want to play the multiplayer, I highly suggest looking up the North Star client because the default multiplayer is dead because of DDoSers. And we have Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
Certain a
you
certain
know-
person, a certain senpai I know would love to hear about that. You know who it is, Rocco.
Yeah, he jumped right into my head. I was about to say it too. I was
But
about to be
yes,
like, oh, is Marco here?
One collective brain cell.
Yes.
But yes, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, the most hype, well, one of the hype Super Robot shows. Then of course you have Code Geass, which Teka Isa Emo. But yes, Code Geass involves a lot of political intrigue and trickery. So if you like that kind of stuff, you can watch that. They also reportedly have a new anime in the works, but they still just have a name, project name, and not much else. Although they do say that a mobile game, a gacha game, is coming
Ah,
soon internationally.
gotcha.
Gacha?
Oh,
Gacha, gacha,
God.
gacha.
No, the gotcha is coming back.
Godaku. Then we have Full Metal Panic, which is the rom-com series I mentioned earlier. School hijinks and spec ops mixed with physics breaking mechs. Like they literally just break physics every time. And you can also watch a Tomino work, either brain powered or Butler Dunbean or Ideon. Yeah. And then Magic Rayarth, the other isekai mecha show I mentioned earlier, Saint Quartz Done Left, yes. Gunbuster, if you want more hype, super robot action. Macross, if you want jets and transforming stuff. And there's the most hype mecha show, The King of Braves, Gao Gaigar, and Gao Gaigar Final. Hype,
Bruh.
very hype. But
Okay,
yes,
can I ask?
yes.
Out of all these recommendations, which one made you cry?
Which one made me cry? I haven't watched all of these or seen all of these, but
You haven't seen Gurren Lagann?
yeah, I haven't.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
There's too many.
I understand.
There's too many of them. I mean, watching Gundam alone is like, oh my gosh.
The most
I mean, there's already
paradoxical
so
of
much universal
I'm
anime.
sensory
surprised
alone.
Transformers didn't show up here.
I would no, because Transformers is a hard sell because one, they market it for kids. Two, if you want the more mature one, it's the comics, which are very, very, very long.
I'd say the more recent Hasbro animations weren't that bad.
No, but I mean
Prime.
IDW comics.
Yeah.
That's a rabbit hole and a half.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Bruh.
Transformers is just a gigantic rabbit hole. Like even like I'm just a Soundwave fanboy. That's all I care about. I
Maybe
just
don't talk, to be honest.
I saw his new design.
Hmm.
But yes,
Amazing.
I think what made me cry the most was I think what almost made me cry was Iron Blood Orphans because I don't really cry, I just mostly tear up a lot. But Iron Blood Orphans.
The manly tears. The passionate manly tears. Don't worry, we
Also-
all cry for anime.
Also, quite a fun fact. if I remember correctly, Iron Blooded Orphans was made by the same team that did Anohana, the same director, the same character designer, and the same.
Oh,
Yes.
Ah, so no wonder they make you cry.
It's the it's the trio. The Super Peace Busters actually came back together to work on Sunrise.
Gundam Thunderbolt.
Oh my
I would
gosh.
recommend it.
The,
Good,
Got a
good.
few
the
bangers.
jazz.
If
The
I would
free
want to
jazz.
if I would want to recommend another Gundam, I don't know if it's a show or a movie. I don't remember.
Sorry,
Hold
cars.
on.
Cute cars.
Yeah. Beep, beep. But yeah, I would recommend in the Gundam universe. I would actually also recommend the movie Gundam Hathaway. It's actually really nice.
Oh, but the problem is that the Universal Century.
Yeah,
Yeah, people will
Yeah.
ask about Watch Order at that point.
yeah. People are gonna
Yes.
ask Watch Order, but if you don't really care about the Watch Order, just want to see some really compelling story, then yeah, there
A
you
lot
go.
of them are good to start with, to be honest. I've seen people start with Unicorn. I started with Zeta.
This is
Oh,
a
you started
very
with
good
Zeta.
talk, I must say.
Yes. But another thing that kind of made me cry at Titanfall 2 because of the tragedy that
Protect
is
the pilot!
Protect the pilot.
Rip.
Protocol 3. Protect the pilot.
BT.
BT.
Oh man, I think I saw the ending for Titanfall 2. It's
Oh,
like,
oh, is this one?
ah,
Oh no. Ah,
I wasn't spoiled on it at all because I got it
that
on
that
release.
and
And
that and the
man.
fact that EA
Ah.
is being a piece of crap by canceling
Yeah, no,
Titanfall.
Titanfall
Legends.
franchise itself is a heartbreak.
It's an EA game. It's an EA
Respawn.
It's
game.
Respawn.
It always EA. Ooh.
sorry guys, they're focusing on Apex.
Respawn,
But yes,
why?
are there any questions yet? If I may ask.
Who is asking?
No, are there any questions?
Ah, okay.
Favorite
Ano?
mobile
Ito.
suit?
Rich doesn't really have any
Favorite
questions.
mobile suit? What?
Oh,
Okay.
favorite. Okay. Oh no, you've just. Oh
Like,
no.
including
Oh
non-Gundam.
no, you open up a can of worms there.
Oh no.
Oh no, lalabas na.
Sakura. Sakura. Yes, worms.
Oh my god. Oh my
That's
god.
a different franchise altogether, my guy.
Yes. But
Yes.
my favorite by far, one of my favorite designs, the Strike Noir.
Oh,
Edgy.
I mean, it's a classic.
It's just imagine if Dante from Devil May Cry was a Gundam. That's literally just Strike
Oh, it's
Noir.
that one. Yes, I do know this too. Yes.
Wait, I need to see this. Wait lang. Sige, go
And
ahead.
it's voiced by Daisuke, and the pilot is voiced by Daisuke Ono. So
Oh,
you
the
literally have
D.
yeah. So it's literally Jotaro piloting a mech.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
actually really cool. Oh my god.
Ooh.
I never really watched much Seed, but God, some of the designs really stood out to
Wow.
me.
I can hear his
So-
voice now. What the heck?
So, for visual reference, yung
Actually,
nakikita nyo dito, black lang. Yun yung favorite ano niya,
no,
mobile suit.
it's not really that. The strike is completely different from the aerial.
Strike Noir.
Mm.
Strike Noah. It's actually a
Damn.
Sebastian
Strike Noah.
voice. It's actually more a Sebastian voice than his Jotaro voice,
Yeah,
actually.
Strike Noir. It's really weird. It's really interesting.
But yeah, another would be the metal build version of the Astrea Type F. I love that thing. Out of Gundams. But if we're talking mechs
Just
in
mobile suits
general,
or mechs, yeah.
if we're talking mechs in general, I mentioned earlier the Hookebine is my favorite. Purely because it just shoots a black hole. It just shoots a black hole. I don't have to emphasize it. I have to emphasize it shoots a black hole.
Damn, antimatter.
Sounds really cool.
And the upgraded version Gunner.
Oh, there's
Combined
a
Gunner.
bunch of questions that we have now.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, let me see. Do you think that sensitive themes are important for mecha animes to have significant cultural impact? No, I do not think that they need to tackle a sensitive theme because last time they tried doing that was Darling in the Franxx to address the whole underpopulation in Japan, but yeah, then didn't really work.
That was that was a while.
The giggling
The second-
speaks for itself.
The second season was a bit of a disappointment to be
That was
honest.
Yes,
that was
finally, someone said it. Someone said it.
Hey,
Someone said it.
I'm on
It's a
team.
tri-
I enjoyed Darling in the Franxx all
It
episodes.
was okay. It was okay. It was okay.
I like
near the end.
I like the animation. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
The anime.
I like the animation.
What which part?
I can't say here. We're on stream.
Right.
Sorry, Toushin, we're men of culture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Darling in the Franxx is definitely
Okay,
polarizing.
All right. Next.
Okay, next question. Any pet peeves or tropes you dislike in Mecha?
Ooh, spicy.
Any pet peeves? Personally, a pet peeve for me would be. Actually, I don't really have that many pet peeves because when I watch stuff, I don't really criticize it unless it's absolutely horrible. So if I had any pet peeves, it would usually be if like something really dumb happens, like Deus Ex Machina, the freaking the you have the main character just oh no, I missed this important enemy character and now I die.
Oh my god.
When you have a deadline in 30 minutes and you scream like every whoa.
It's a guttural scream.
But of course, there's a couple of decent Deus Ex Machinas that I quite like. Violent Custom Mark II. Oh, I love the Violent Custom.
An order exclusive, unfortunately, for the Mark II. Take a chance.
The Freebird solo. Freebird.
All right.
Okay. Let's see what else. Okay, but yeah, that's generally what I dislike. And if I also sometimes tend to criticize the mech design because I don't find every design appealing.
Okay, least favorite mech design.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, but like generally, like some people have problems with certain mechs. It's like okay, that's a given. Not everyone will like a certain mech. Like personally, I don't really like. I'm not really a big fan of the Darting in the Franxx designs. Like I'm like okay with them. They're not the worst, but like they could be better.
Exactly.
There's
I
also
feel
like
ya.
a couple of things people aren't that comfortable with, like Zone of the Enders designs, which wait, did I forget to put Zone of the Enders here?
You forgot to put Zone.
I forgot to put Zone of the Enders. Okay,
You have to put that.
Zone
It's
of
a
the
good.
Enders.
It's actually a pretty good show. Yeah.
Zone of the Enders second runner and Zone of the Enders Idolo and Zone of the Enders Dolores I highly recommend it. And it's made by Kojima. Yes, that Kojima, Hideo Kojima. Produced by him.
The
That's
Kojima.
Directed by him.
Our
Designed by
favorite
him.
No, not designed by him. He
Birthed
helped
by him.
he helped produce it. He helped produce it, but someone else
Produced
was at
by
the
him.
helm of the another person was at the helm of the project. But yes, I highly recommend the Zone of the Enders franchise. But you might get a bit turned off by the mecha design because they actually have cockpits.
Oh.
No, that's not joke. That's not a joke. But I still love the designs regardless. They still look very, very good.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. Cockpits as in literal.
Yes. Yes.
The rooms are in the nether
Yes.
regions.
No. Search it up. Search up.
Zone of the Enders.
Then the Jehuti or Anubis from Zone of the Enders.
Okay.
Oh
Let's
my god.
see damage.
Oh my
That
god.
is very literal.
Yes, that's
Oh
I
my
mean by
God.
cockpit.
Oh my
I
god.
know.
Very-
I know what you
very
mean by cockpit,
literal.
my man.
It's a very,
Thank you for sharing this information.
Okay.
I thought I didn't have to know, but thank
I'm
you.
not
Oh,
gonna
but another
describe.
interesting thing, one of the designs is actually made by the persona designer.
Oh,
No
God.
wonder why.
No, no, no.
Oh, of
No.
It's
course.
completely different. In Hurt. In
I mean,
Hurt.
You know,
I
And
see.
from
because
Super
you'll
Robot
never
Wars, he also designed one for Super Robot Wars called the Verkbau and the Dis Astranagant.
because
They're
you'll
both
never see his
designed by the persona designer. So if you're
Have you
interested in
have you
his
seen
design,
Persona, man? They design things out of dicks. I'm sorry.
oh yeah, Mara, of
We don't
course.
talk about Mara.
Yeah.
He
Oh
named it
no,
first.
we don't. We don't talk further about
Yes, can I see
Origami
them?
Tensei.
May I see
Show
them?
them, Matthew.
One of them does seem like a joke question, so I'll leave that to you guys if you guys
No,
want.
yeah, let me see. Let me see it.
I want to know too. Is Choo Choo Charles a mech?
Is what?
Choo Choo Charles.
Like the Thomas the
Oh,
Train
that.
with the spider legs.
If you want to consider it one, sure. I don't see why. I don't see why not.
Thomas the horror, Thomas the horror engine.
I mean, I got a similar question before. Like, what was it? Is Ratatouille a mecha
I
show?
love the Ratatouille one so much.
Ratatouille, my favorite
This is a
mech.
genuine argument I've seen people like talk
and I
about.
said
No, it's serious.
I've seen the meme so much.
I said like, sure, why not?
Well, then, now for my question. Is a baby inside the pregnant mother's womb a
Yes,
mech?
yes, that's
Yes.
yes,
But does the
Ah.
baby
What
affect what the
else?
mom is doing?
yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
mean they have moods.
I've seen my mom go through pregnancy. I know.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
First-hand experience.
So I guess
Okay.
you're
No. I had a sister. I just had a new baby sister. So I
oh,
know.
maybe that's
I mentioned
partner.
I mentioned that
Yeah, at
earlier
the
in the
start of the
introduction.
presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
So-
yeah,
Cute sister, by the way.
Your mother was
she's turning 2 this year.
Aw,
Oh.
cute.
She's still learning how to speak. But okay, what are your opinions on mecha animes showing now? Witcher Mercury, of course, very good. As for other recent titles, Move Love Alternative got a new anime. It had one before, but they remade it for the modern era. So I highly recommend that if you're into romance. Move Love was originally a visual novel. So take that as you will for what visual novel is. It's that specific kind of visual novel, but very much like Fate, it took the safe for work route.
Ah. I mean,
But yeah.
Why are you arguing, Migzu?
I mean, the visual novel still exists.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can still watch it or read it, I guess.
yeah.
But yeah, that one I think is pretty good, given it got a second season. So I assume it did pretty well, and they restocked a lot of the older Move Love kits. So when I went to Japan, so that's a clear sign it's doing something. So I would suggest the new Move Love alternative anime if you can find it. And trying to think what else. But yeah, it's not just mecha series. There's also mecha games. As I mentioned, Armored Core. There's also Zone of the Enders, and yeah, there's also Super Robot Wars, which is very lengthy. It goes back to the 90s. Although for the older games, you will have to try and find a translation patch. Although that also involves emulation, which we do not endorse here.
Yeah,
We
don't
did that to your own
we just-
discretion.
Oh.
Nahulog
I
ako.
mean,
we just
it's
have- we
technically
just-
legal if you own the
It's just
game.
it's there if you
It's just
want,
there, but yeah, you will have to download the translation patch
if you want to.
it wasn't released in English. Only the more recent titles were released in English. Okay, we have other questions still. I think.
Yeah, we still have more
yeah.
questions.
Yeah, I think at 8:30 we can start the story making process.
What other mecha anime is there where the mechs in question are not robotic in nature?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not robotic in nature. Well,
Is Alien not robotic?
Alien.
Alien.
I mean, they
Alien as
are.
Alien as in the movie Alien.
Like, could that be a mecha?
I don't know.
Is the
Like
xenomorph? Is the xenomorph a mecha?
Transformers Alien, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah, no,
know.
but it's more he's talking about whether if there's anything not like mechanical in that sense.
Wait, but will then that defeat the purpose of, I guess,
Well,
mecha?
no, because there's still like organic mechs, of course.
Interesting. Alright.
One prominent example I can currently think of that's from Super Robot Wars is the Chokijin, or more specifically, Ryuko and Koryu, which are based on the four zodiac animals. No, sorry, the four cardinal direction animals from Japan and China and Indochina and Korea. So it's based on the four cardinal direction animals. They are partially they are partially machines, they're partially organic. So yeah. That is one example I can think of aside from Eva. Eva.
Oh no.
Yung last question,
Wow.
would you drink LCL from Evangelion?
What I drink? What?
Have you seen it?
LCL. Do you
No,
know
No,
what
I haven't. I
LCL?
said I haven't.
Okay,
Okay,
let's leave it at that. We'll leave it there.
okay. Would you like? No. Okay, what he just needs to know is that
Is that the fluid from the
the mech.
pod, the injection pod thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely not.
But what if you need? But what if you needed to pilot the Evangelion?
I would never pilot an Evangelion if
No.
my leg was on it.
Get in the.
Get in the robot, man.
As I said, my favorite mech already shoots a black hole, and there's already one that deletes a universe that can be piloted without any skill.
I see. So Evangelions, listen, skill issue.
Yes, skill issue. Skill issue. Evangelion.
And that's our last question.
Yes. In general, I highly suggest all those titles are recommended, especially Super Robot Wars, since it's very there's a lot of things you can get into by playing Super Robot Wars. So yeah. Also, if you want a preview on Super Robot Wars, you can always search it up on YouTube. There's a bunch of attack animations, which are like recreations of what they do in the show. And also there's the Super Robot Wars OG line, which is basically Super Robot Wars' own mechs, which aren't from any other series that they crossover. So it's their own creation. So it's like their OCs. Because they make it crossovers, they have to make their own mechs and characters to bind it all together through the story. So that's why they're present. And I highly suggest looking up Super Robot Wars OG and leave and join the roleplay.
Oh my god.
That's a forum roleplay. It's legitimately serious. But
Oh my
yes.
God.
It's I enjoy doing that a lot. That's why
Understandable.
it's very enjoyable. I'm literally running a rebellion, and I'm at the same time my character has been flinged from another world and into a new one. And he's like, yes, I must now protect the world. It is my duty.
If it's free, at least not in
think,
FF where you have to
It's
pay for
free.
roleplay.
It's free.
All I got out of that was isekai. I mean,
No, but he's literally like, oh crap, everyone's dead. I failed. Oh fudge.
oh, everybody's
It's
dead.
okay, man. You just gotta tell yourself it do be like that.
It is how it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But yes, I enjoy role playing a lot. That's why I got to develop my writing. But anyways,
300,000
now that
down.
all the questions are over, and I presume there might be a bit more after this, I would like to ask all of you to create your own mecha concept. So, let's do something simple. So let's have you make a simple world idea, at least one mech and one character to go along with it. So, just make like a short description of what you want your world to be, and just if you have any questions, we can talk about. You can just comment. It doesn't necessarily have to be your own creation. You can base it off something that's already existing. So yeah, you can like make it a Gundam or like Full Metal Panic, Gunbuster, whatever you have in your mind. Gurren Lagann even. I won't stop you. Just let your imagination run wild.
Anong recommend mo unahin namin? Yung world building, yung mech, or yung character?
All three
Actually.
at the same time. No, like the world idea can just be like okay, like you want it to be in space. What do they do in space? They mine blank object. What do they do with blank object? They make mechs, something like that.
Okay, sige. Okay. Writer time.
Yes. And then by 8:45, it's I can what do you think you should do? Like, can ask the people here to present what they have, and then also in the chat you can put it in the Slido, like a short description, I suppose, if
We'll
word
have enough
count
time
allows.
to go over.
Fan fiction writing time, excuse me, what?
I think that's enough time to go over submissions.
Yeah.
Fan fiction
You can still extend naman if there's more questions, or if you want to talk more about mechs, of course.
All right.
I won't mind.
I don't know what to talk about next.
I guess I do have one question.
Yes.
You mentioned genre fusion earlier. Are there any examples of bad genres to fuse in your opinion? With mech?
Well,
Or good?
fantasy might seem like one at first, but generally it's worked out quite well if you've seen a lot of Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
So,
Magitech.
yes, Magitech. Emerald weapon.
Yeah.
Rocco, you're
Oh my
never
God,
gonna believe
that was
what
just one big Gundam reference.
Rocco, you're never
Yeah.
gonna believe what I'm gonna mix mech with. The genre that I'm gonna mix it with.
When you said it earlier, I was thinking, I don't know, I would like a cute girls doing cute things mech.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do that.
Oh,
Ew.
thank you for the idea.
Oh, okay.
No, you can
Flex,
definitely do
Flex,
that.
mamaya, most surprising world
Most
Mech
surprising
making.
fusion.
World idea. Okay, because I was already thinking about the mecha concept the moment I was thinking like, is he going to talk about Macross for a bit? I'm like, oh, okay, there it is. So because this ridiculous thing that I have, because I was, you can follow now for me. It's it's like Macross, and then I was thinking about K-pop a while ago.
Oh,
So yeah,
K-pop macros.
Welcome to-
Dancing mech.
I'm gonna put your and then they just explode.
You could pitch that as a sponsorship idea.
That's true.
Just have Saigo Gangnam Style and
Psycho Gundam doing Gangnam Style.
Oh my gosh. Well, would it not work? I think that would work. Yeah, that's a good like promotion. It's like
Gosh dang.
I mean, if you've ever heard of J Gundam, sky's the limit.
Oh my god.
I also have, honestly, I have a lot of other favorites I could mention, but we'd be here all day if I did that.
Also
We go ahead while we're writing. We'll just listen.
Might give some
Okay.
ideas.
Yeah,
Mhm.
y'all can start writing.
Okay, another one of my favorites, which actually I can grab it from the shelf right now since I'm not really
Ooh,
talking. Hold on.
Yeah. Got
my
plenty of
what do
time.
you call this? Y'all can start because my writing, I am out of writing juices. Except maybe if it's lyrics. Oh my god, if I ever actually do
Okay,
an
guys,
open
listen. What if I make a mech show without any mechanical bodies? Ha? Ha?
what?
Ha?
A
Skeleton.
meat.
Hindi,
Wait,
hindi,
isn't that just Attack on Titan?
hindi, 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 hindi,
Skeleton.
hindi.
Okay, here.
Listen,
This is one of my
listen.
favorites. It's from Super
Ooh.
Robot Wars.
Yan
Next
na
show
yun, oh,
without
you
the
eat
mech.
them.
Nice.
This is called the Gespenst.
Nice, nice nether regions.
Nice stand.
No, it's on the stand.
Yeah, nice stand.
No, it came with it.
Oh.
But yeah, this thing is a chunky boy.
It did look like a chunky boy.
It's bigger
Yeah.
than most of the model.
Huge.
This thing is like already like
The
Huge.
matte
very
finish
big.
makes it look heavy.
Dang, that thing is huge.
Yeah, and it's got a big honking laser rifle.
God damn.
Yeah.
It's got missiles on its back. And generally it's like the all-purpose machine for Super Robot Wars. The Super
Ooh.
Robot Wars universe. And particularly this version is used by a dimension hopper.
Of course it would be. Chunky boy needs something that's powerful. I guess.
Jordan Chaz
I
a
have
mech show
another
without
one
the
I
mech.
want to get from my shelf, but I'm afraid it might collapse. Part of it might collapse because it happened.
You can take a picture of it and then like show us the picture.
I
Okay.
have it in my phone, not here though.
I thought you would like just touch it and then it just
No,
get
it's because I have to like do this thing for like the chain links for the belt, the ammo belt.
It's very
And
intricate.
it unthreads very easily. I hate it. So I just leave it where it is. I do not want to touch it. I do have another one though. That's right here. Hold on.
this is so ridiculous. Probably my best story concept ever.
Okay, and this one. Mecha show without the mech is just a show.
It's just a show. It's just
Okay,
a
but
show.
yes, here is another one of my favorites. The
Ooh.
Levatane from Full Metal Panic.
I don't actually remember the mechs in Metal
Cannon
Panic.
looks pretty
Remember
good.
there was
It's got a ponytail.
oh yeah.
Wow! Part of the design, sleek. Alam mo yung ano?
It's meant to mimic the human body. And realistically, this is actually a lot smaller than a Gundam.
I love hair on mobile suits actually.
So if you were to compare this to a Gundam, this would basically be around to their leg in real size. This would be up to their leg. But for the purposes of scale models, this is 160 scale. Because if they made this 144th scale, which is the usual high grade scale, it would be minuscule. It'd be like this. It'd be like this big. If they made it 144th scale, so they made this 160, which is usually the scale for perfect grade Gundams, which are like the big ones. So yeah, this one I like because it just has a howitzer gun and the ponytail.
You rarely see those kinds of guns on Gundam. But it's, I suppose in other franchises it would work.
I mean, there's the Zamel and the
True.
Hidolfer.
True.
The Zamel, the Hidolfer, the Dom Nomides, I guess. But yes, this one, another reason why it literally breaks physics. it can literally create kinetic force out of nothing. So imagine it just flicks its wrist, or just like flicks its finger. It can just cause a shockwave of massive kinetic energy. So say like you have an entire city block. It just snaps. It can snap, and then that whole city block's gone. That's how much physics it's breaking. And particularly with this cannon, it can shoot the howitzer rounds in bursts, which I don't even know how that's possible. Like it'll literally just shoot once, and then it'll hold the rest of the rounds in, and then just fire them out in a burst with its physics breaking abilities. And yeah, it can also just absolutely tear through everything. And even in the original source of which was the manga for Full Metal Panic, you couldn't even see that kinetic energy. In the anime, they animated it, but in the original manga, you couldn't see it. So it's literally just an invisible force. You just cannot see it. And you cannot see it, you cannot react to it, you're dead. Immediately. So yeah, that's another good one.
Bare bones ngayon sinusulat ko. I mean, simple world idea lang naman eh. Hindi naman
Yeah, of
sabi
course. Like
complex eh.
I'm not gonna stop you if you want to go more complex, but it's hard to think of an idea for that.
I've just
Yeah, I just have like a simple idea
girls
in my
in
head.
Panzer, but with mobile suits.
Oh, that's actually good. That's actually a good idea.
And to make
But wouldn't that just be? No wait. Sorry, Witch from Mercury is more like Utena. I forgot.
That's what my brother told me actually when he was trying to get me to watch Witch from Mercury.
Yeah, it's
There's cute girls, dude. Watch it.
It's literally just an homage to Revolutionary Girl Utena.
it really is. Yeah.
No, literally one of the characters is even named 1-1.
Yeah, it is.
Choo
Oh my
choo.
God, yeah. It is like it did really feel like an homage to
Okay. Crudder has one idea. So similar to Sword Art Online,
Oh,
which
gosh.
reality exists in MMORPG. Cannon fodder looking mech that totally looks like exactly to parts are mismatched in some parts of the inner frame is seen because it's badly maintained glass cannon character, a day one player that stopped playing the game but started playing again once the game got super popular in his friend group. So he was playing the game again because when some of the mechanics were changed in the actual update, the dice and gambling prediction, knowledge checking exploits and glitches. I mean, there's gonna build divers, which is basically MMORPG Gundam.
Build Divers was pretty fun. I like the newer.
I like
Shonetics,
Re-Rise
to be
better.
honest.
I like
Not true.
Re-Rise better.
I
Re-Rise
mean,
was the
Re-Rise
superior show.
had what?
Depression.
Speaking of
Re-Rise had the
depression,
Ayla face. I forget her name.
All right, Toushin staff, how are we doing with the ideas?
Ako ready na. Ano lang, I just
Yeah.
need to make a name for my characters. Madi, ano nangyari sa stream? Oh, never mind. It's okay now.
I actually modeled this one out of a scrapped story idea that I had. Yeah.
Okay.
Dali, unahan.
I mean, you go first because I'm still refining it.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm just gonna put this back.
Sige.
Just ready your idea na lang.
So basically, kidding.
No, you gotta wait for our
Yeah.
professor.
Yeah, our prof. So basically,
It's a nice tinted display.
How are we
case.
doing with?
so
Okay, I'm
here's the
back.
situation.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
So you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hindi, Migzu, ikaw. Latag mo na yung sinulat
Hey, you
mo.
go ahead. No, I'm still refining mine because it's like medyo
Okay, sige. Sabihin ko na sa akin kasi wala na akong maisip.
Go ahead.
Cringe. Hindi ko alam. Sige.
No, go ahead.
So, atin ko
Let
lang.
let Oliver cook.
Pahunahan pala ng cringe, ha?
Let Oliver cook. Let them cook.
Oliver Cook. I
Let them
hope, I hope
Who
Oliver
let
Cook.
Jamie Oliver cook?
Cook.
For those in chat who have no idea, we've been doing like Uncle Roger impersonations nonstop during the break.
This suffering.
Hello, niece and nephew. This is Uncle Roger.
Thank you, Elna. Yes, this again.
I already won the
This
cringe battle.
suffering.
Okay. Nagkaroon na ako ng confidence from Uncle Roger. Thank you, Uncle Roger.
No
So-
problem. No problem, niece Oliver.
So, for my simple world idea, it's an alternate world where a human eventually, not all humans, but some humans, eventually split into two people, sabihin na natin, yung emotions at saka yung body. So, after mag-split ng human ng emotion, mas magiging intense yung emotional side. Yung, separate people na sila, yung
Oh,
human,
so like
yung emotion
one,
tsaka yung body.
so like one is like emotionless, one has emotion.
Yeah.
Is that how
Yeah.
it-
So,
okay.
yeah. So, yung isa, shell of a body siya. And, the reason why it's very important for them to be, emotional and just a shell, kasi they keep each other alive. So sorry, pero yung idea ko, nakuha ko sa pregnant woman na naman eh. Okay.
Which one is the emotionless one?
Oh my god!
Matt, don't lose me here. Matt,
No, I'm
come
not.
back. Come
I
back.
can see where it's going. I can see where it's going naman.
Okay. Kasi 'di ba kasi meron ako nabasa na manga na who is your first love? And then sinabi dun sa manga, your first love is your mother, kasi no matter how criminal thinking hindi naman ko sinasabi all mothers are bad, pero no matter how criminal thinking your mother is, no matter how bad she thinks of you, her body will keep you alive. Like, walang magpe-prevent sa'yo na lumaki ka. Unless,
Sigmund Freud.
yeah.
That's again.
We're really bringing back Freud, aren't we?
Matt, I'm losing you, Matt. Okay. Okay.
Why are you
Okay. Ito na, wala pa ako sa mix.
Let them cook. Let Oliver cook.
Yes. Yes.
Who let them
Okay,
cook?
in the future.
Pull up.
Okay.
Let him cook.
Okay. So, sa future, yung mga humans na discover nila na yung shell ng body, yung emotionless part, kaya nilang gawin cyborg na mech.
Oh.
And the only person who can pilot the mech is the human emotion. And ito pa, mas stronger yung human emotion, mas malakas yung mech. Pero like, paano strong yung emotion? Like, for example, sad ka. And then, magiging depressed ka. I think that's a strong emotion. And then, you like something. And then, magiging love siya. That's a stronger emotion. Kumbaga. Pero hindi pa alam ng government na na love is also a strong emotion. Alam lang nila hate. So, yung characters ko naman is teenagers, kasi they're emotional.
emotion.
Yes.
They're emotional beings. And then naging curriculum na ang high school students mag-pilot ng mechs.
I was waiting for this part.
No, I like that. I
The
like
most
that
anime
idea.
thing ever.
So, 'di ba sabi ko some humans can only split bodies, not all humans.
Yes.
So, sa kanila, normal na mamatay yung mga friends nila. Kasi for the government, it's part of the curriculum for you to get stronger. And then, I guess yung main character is a guy with brown hair. And then, he's naturally angry at the world at first. And then, he discovers his love. I guess high school sweetheart niya, sige na. Para and then, siya yung naging strongest mech pilot in the world. Okay na.
I like that.
Is it
I like
good?
that. Yes, it's very good. I like it.
Thank
Although
you,
I think
Matt.
The-
there's an idea though if when you're talking about the cybernetic parts,
Uh-huh.
because when you do that, you're essentially so what happens but to like the emotional half? Do they still have a do they still have a physical form, or are they just like a spirit?
Ano, alam mo yung, okay, pupunta tayo sa Deep Kingdom Hearts, di ba? Pag,
I haven't seen Kingdom Hearts.
God damn it, okay. No, they just split into two persons.
Oh, okay, so like
Uh-uh.
so they just one's a shell, one's still the normal person, but with the emotions. Okay.
Mas intense yung emotion. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, okay. Personally, with that idea, I think what you can do is that instead of like, what's it? Instead of like turning it into like a cyborg, I think instead like what you do with the shell of the body is that you can probably like turn it into like what's it called?
pilot as well?
No.
Or,
I was thinking like you know like how some mech shows or like if you've seen Pacific Rim, like how they have like the motion controls.
uh-huh.
So I was thinking like you could use it like as an interface. As this really morbid looking interface for the pilot. So it's just like this like whole husk looking thing in the cockpit, and then they hook up to it, and that's their controls.
I see. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
how
yeah, yeah.
I imagine it.
Yeah, in order for it to be
So
mecha,
so
sure.
it kind of looks like a mannequin. It's just like hanging there, and then you step in, and then you like sync up with it, and then
Uh-huh.
that's how you control the mech.
Yee.
Yeah.
Yee. I can see that. I didn't know what size the mech would be.
Mech
So,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
okay. Oh yeah, the size of the mech doesn't matter.
Yeah.
As
By
long
the
as you're strong.
by the way,
Mhm.
guys, I hate to be a damper on the mood, but we need to wrap up a little soon
Yeah.
on
Okay.
the
Go ahead, pa.
chance
Whoever else
Zoom.
has an idea they want to
Guess I
share.
can go. Yeah.
Hmm.
This one's
Yes.
a bit
Okay. Go
Thanks.
ahead.
this one's a
I'll
bit
go
all
after.
over the place though. Yeah, because I literally crammed like three different story ideas I scrapped. So like, and then just sprinkled in that
Honestly,
last like
same.
literally four. So simple world idea. Because I am very because I have no imagination at all. I was literally imagining just this pero neo noir cyberpunk kind of deal. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Mm.
Like just cyberpunkish world, and mechs are literally piloted by can be piloted by anyone. But the general idea of this is it's like if you use this mech,
A
it's kind of
curse.
like yeah, it's cursed because if you overload yourself, because again, the way the mechs work is that you kind of have to put in your like neuron like your neural like connect your neural system into it. And so if you actually like I
If you
guess
die, if the
if
mech
you
gets
die,
destroyed,
if the mech
you
gets destroyed,
die.
you die. Yeah.
So
So
like
it's kind of
Pacific
like a
Rim.
curse thing. Yeah, I called it Soul Sanctifa because it's edgy.
I can just
Um,
imagine like a needle going in the back of the spine.
yeah, I mean that was also like part of the idea though that I imagined too. But anyway, that was the world idea and can be piloted by anyone. People who piloted the some people
Actually,
the
wait, no,
yeah
that's
some
kind
of
of like
the
Iron-Blooded Orphans when I think about it.
yeah kind of yeah that's
Yeah,
why piloted by
but more
anyone. They're
extreme.
like
The consequences are more extreme.
yeah police are I guess like there are there are some highly trained police people who use this because it's cyberpunk of course and the main story of this which is what the one that I am very focused on is that dalawang magjowa because of course it's February um yeah, there are two people who fell in love, but then they both use this mech, so they try to stay alive in this world, without with like the danger, with the overlooming danger of imminent death between the two of them. So it's like it's kind of like Love and Death and Romance, but not that show. But it's yeah, that's how the story idea is kind of, yeah, like that's how the concept goes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if if it really counts as mech because it's mostly like all over the place. There's mech,
No,
there's
no, no. I think that works. That works.
yeah.
That works personally. If
So
if
yeah.
you're able to if you're able to write more about how that idea of the mech specifically affects people, I think then you have something on your hands. Like
Yeah.
how does that affect the psyche of people? How does that affect their actions? Like the world at large. Like you could even like you can have like a commercialized version like exosuits
Yeah,
or
that was actually another thing that I was thinking
yeah,
of.
like take it like there's a commercialized version that's like exosuits, but it's like, oh, it's controlled by this world government, so you need people to stop it, something like that.
It's
That
also
can be
like
your plot. That
I
can
think
be
I
your
also
plot.
put like themes because I also had a lot of like sprinkled in themes. There's when I
Um,
said when I said I was gonna make mine depressing, I wasn't even kidding. Actually put in themes here of PTSD and stuff. When they see your partner get killed in action, right? It's horrifying,
Yeah,
right?
of
So
course. It will be.
yeah.
Actually, that is what happened to the character that got flinged from the world that I made.
Oh,
Like I mentioned, he's literally saw everyone die,
you saw
including his
everybody like,
partner. So
oh,
he's like,
oh, pain,
yes.
absolute pain. So
I,
yeah,
I, I
we
I almost cried writing that. I almost cried writing that flashback where he just saw his partner die.
when the
we
author
may
cries in the
need
same
to bump the evals up already, seeing as we're starting to run out of time. Sorry.
Okay.
Just put it
Okay,
up on
and
screen while we're going through
One last
these.
idea
ah,
na lang. One last
Yep.
idea. Then I think we
And
can
just
call
put
it
up the
there.
evals on screen right now.
Anyone from chat want to?
chat naman.
Cut naman.
Sorry.
When you are in a sad competition and your opponent is a mech protagonist.
Oh. Kasi my idea was kind of like similar. The themes are kind of like
Oh,
taken
okay.
from
We have
the
one.
Okay.
Uh,
Time travel mech. You travel to the past, finding social learning lost technology and civilization to prove your mech, as you can only travel to the past. Your final objective is to prove your mech to the point you can travel back to your present. Oh, that sounds like
ooh,
a pretty interesting premise.
Yeah, because it implements like a whole time travel mechanic.
And tech and historical figures. I can see that.
You
Oh,
can
yeah.
also see that in isekai anime, you can't go back to your home until you complete your mech.
I mean, I did like
I think that can work well as a
Yeah,
video
finding
game,
home.
personally.
your reference
Video
could
game,
be-
video
yeah.
game, or if you want, you can just like basically make it Fate.
Fate,
That only-
yeah, just a Fate expansion. Yeah,
It's just another Fate expansion. Get
it's just while
Titans
everybody's figuring out the whole, the Holy Grail War, it's just this like one side mission where it's like one guy's like trying to make it back through the use
That
of
reminds
mechs.
me of
Also,
that April Fool's Fate.
Yeah,
FGO did a Gundam
It's just
April Fool's
Odysseus.
once.
oh my god.
See, so it's feasible.
It's feasible. Also,
But no, yeah, that
if there are
I like that idea. That can work because then like you can also like if you want, you can implement like, oh, this technology has existed from the beginning of time and has been used throughout history, and then blah 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 blah.
God, imagine
Everyone in
imagine though
history
if
has used it.
the mech is like it's stylized based on which era, so you could have like super steampunk style like
Yes, that was
mechs.
my idea. Or
Yeah.
like or like
oh my
Mech
god,
World
that
War
sounds
One
so
mech,
Japan,
World War Two.
World War One Max.
World War II.
Wooden
no.
mechs, actually.
Yeah,
The-
wooden
you know,
Yes.
we don't see that
Those are
very often.
the olden classic
Yeah.
classic kind of robots,
Okay.
right?
Can I?
Imagine you have a mech in the 50s.
Oh man,
The start of the
Trojan horse
Cold
style.
War.
powered by
It's just-
steam and just
No, the start of
It's actually powered by
the
steam.
the start of
No.
the start of the Cold War.
Cold
It's just
War.
your mech is just a nuke.
it's literally just a nuke.
Nuke powered. Hey, nuclear powered. Nuclear powered.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
God.
environmentally friendly. What do you mean?
I thought you were gonna say I thought you were gonna say at the start of Cold War your mech is just invisible. Kasi espionage.
That or it's just an F14 or
Mm.
Mig or
Can-
There's
Mig.
effort for the animators.
Can I sneak in my idea for overtime?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
We're overtime.
I'm
anyway.
gonna rush. I'm gonna like
Overtime,
rush this
I'd
ASAP
have to
because
rush it in case the Zoom
yeah,
room closes.
no,
Rush
because I
E.
don't have that much ideas for the actual mech style. But like the idea I had in my head is right. We've been talking so much recently about like AI and stuff, right? Like
Yeah, of course.
Right. Ooh.
so I've been thinking, right? Like what if like high school students or just everyone had like their own like little tiny mech that has an AI built in? Because we always keep talking about like we pilot the mechs as tools, but why can't
Yes.
the mechs pilot themselves and like basically serve as your assistant kind of in real life? And the idea that I had in my head with that is basically just mech slice of life.
Oh.
Let me cook.
Yeah, half of life. Yeah.
So
Hold up, let him cook.
let me cook. So
Let him cook.
no, because like we in terms of like having like personalized like little mechs, we've already had that route in the form of, if do you know LBX, Little Battlers Experience.
No, I do
Okay.
not.
So
Heard of it.
Although if you're talking about customization for mechs, there's always okay, I was gonna say earlier, if you want a game that where you can customize your mech, there's Gundam Breaker 3, not Don't Get New Gundam Breaker. And there's also
that one's
the
good.
Armored Core franchise and Daemon Ex Machina.
okay.
Although I highly suggest finding Armored Core. And it's coming out this year anyway, so
Mm.
Hey.
Same
There you go.
opinion on Gundam Breaker 3. I managed to snag a copy a while back. God,
Mm.
the customization's so good in that one.
no more tragic and mechs, only wholesome and funny now.
Oh,
Mm.
the old yeah. So that's kind of what I had in mind. Where it's like
No.
in mech shows you typically have this like MC who's like either like super smart or like super like like I guess
Or just depressed.
depressed
His
or
superpower
like
is
depressed.
depression.
or like very cunning or very observant and stuff like that. No. For the one in my head, no, the MC is a dumbass. The MC is literally a dumbass going through like high
Wow,
school
hold
A
life.
shonen protag.
Yeah, shonen
They're
protag, pretty
just like
much.
a typical shonen protagonist.
Yeah. And I guess the wider scheme I had in my head was that the government was like basically just supporting these because it's technically a way to help people with loneliness. That's kind of
Yeah.
like the
Oh. So let me
general
guess. Let me
concept
guess
for
he
it.
gets a robot girlfriend.
It sounds
Yeah.
like a Dojin plot.
No.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
Shinzo Abe is worried
No, I
about
didn't
the
want to
birth
bring up
control
Shinzo Abe.
rate.
I didn't want to bring him up.
So they
No,
make companionship robots.
No, okay. The thing I had in my head was like the companionship robots are actually there to kind of help you actually get like relationships and stuff like that, because they are an AI, right?
Riz-
Yeah, of
Robots.
course.
But the mechs can also help you in the sense that you can pilot basically like technology has
For
grown to the point
everyday
where it's like
tasks.
for everyday tasks, and it's gone to the point where like they're like super tiny in your hand and like they just talk to you and stuff like that, but you can actually have it grow into like a
You-
full-size mech, and like
Mm.
students can use them to like settle issues. So it's
Oh.
kind of like
Can you
a
marry a mech?
it's kind of like a rapid
I-
Daikishin no cavalry in that sense.
Yeah.
Can I
like-
marry my mech?
There goes the
I
birth
will not
rate.
answer that question.
There
for
Ray
goes
is
the
legal
birth
rolling in
rate.
his grave.
Mine is literally like
Look,
people
I mean-
Funny about that. Remember how I said that I rate those roleplay characters from my roleplay. I have one that's based on Zone of the Enders, because the mech was sentient. So I was like, okay, how do I incorporate it? And I was like, make it pretend it's a magical girl, and she's like, oh, I need a boyfriend because I'm a magical girl. So the pilot is like,
Oy.
you will. So to her pilot, she's just like, you will be my boyfriend, and he's like, what?
Oh, Shinzo.
It looks like I'm losing my partner.
God damn it, Rocco! Stop putting Shizo here. He will hear us.
He is rolling in his grave.
He is dead.
He's alive.
He is dead and
Uh,
weak.
I
What
wish
are we doing?
true, but the AI stands for artificial intelligence.
Uh,
No,
I
no.
said it, but it's AI.
Wait, stop. Because I know a friend personally who made an AI to pretend to be his little sister.
Oh
And
no.
Base.
I
So
know.
cute.
Dare
this
I
is what
say.
happens when you just let everyone take Comsci.
Oh, emote.
Oh no.
Oh
Time,
gosh.
time you drink your schizo medicine.
Oh my god.
Not gonna lie, this is the most fun
Anon,
workshop
I
I've
don't
ever
feel so
been.
good.
Yeah, who knew we could make very interesting mecha concepts?
I mean,
Oh, ito lang pala kailangan. Dapat ganito na lang ginagawa natin every fan feb.
first
A
time
writing workshop.
No,
Pregnant woman.
yes, actually.
Like-
Invite a bunch of people who like are passionate about certain genres and then this just make dumb shit. Not dumb shit, pero wonderful things. Yes, wonderful things about what the information they gave to us.
Yeah.
Sorry, yung idea ko lang yung dumb shit.
No, it's fine. I
Alright.
actually like that idea. It's a
Ah,
very
I
nice
see.
idea.
My idea is literally just 86 repackaged. Oh, it's fine. It literally is.
It is
Yeah.
actually. Oh yeah, that's another one I forgot. That was recent.
86.
86.
Go,
I haven't
go
watched
watch
it
It's
personally,
good.
though.
Oh my god, it made me cry.
I haven't seen it personally though, but I've heard good
the
things.
light
It's on my
novel.
plan to watch list.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah.
And you can buy the model kits for it also.
Hey.
I have some.
I think like in terms of mech, I think LBX is the only one that I have model kits for actually.
LBX?
Yeah,
Ah.
Little Battlers experience. I think a lot of people know it here because of it was on Animax a while back,
I haven't
and
seen it.
yeah, it's
I didn't
it's
ha- I
not
didn't
it's
have
not
access
as
to
it's not as
Animax.
popular as like
I
you
only
know.
had Hero. I didn't have.
Oh,
Animax.
Hero! Oh man,
It's gone now.
it's gone. Yeah.
What do you mean it's gone? How can you lose it? How?
It's not.
Actually,
It's
No,
not
Hero
there.
Hero TV. Hero TV.
Hero.
Ah.
Hero
Yeah.
channel.
It's gone now.
Well, they run out of money. I'm afraid.
Well, no, it's
Probably.
because everyone's doing streaming now, so
Oh yeah, true.
I feel
It's easier to just like
The-
watch.
the history of like anime on
Directly.
Philippine TV is like a topic for another time. I think that sounds like a fan fab topic in itself.
I think it is.
Mm.
It sounds like a fan fab.
Would be interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, you can. Someone
Ayo?
from our audience, you can make that next year.
Fan Feb 2024. Ayo.
Ayo.
Ew.
Yeah. Fan Feb 2024. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
But
We
yes.
This is really fun.
Anything else?
So we can wrap up.
Okay.
Pregnant women are mechs.
No questions.
Baby piloting pregnant woman. It's my favorite.
No, but it's true. It's true.
It's so true.
I know it from experience. It's actually true.
I hated him because he was right.
No,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like literally the only controls are just slap and punch and kick.
Bruh. Bruh. You heard it here, folks. You heard it first here.
Oh gosh. All right. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
I had a lovely time, guys. We should invite Matt next year. Okay.
One last time, we should thank our speakers for today.
Yes, thank you,
So,
Migzu and
Thank you
Matt
for a great day one.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually,
Thank you for-
about next year, I'm thinking of making another talk because I was like, this doesn't feel like I feel like I could have said more. So I was like, should
I mean,
make
look
one,
no further.
should I make one exclusively about
Hey,
making mechs and their technology?
hey Matt. I'm
Hey.
three.
Look no
teachers
further
in-
than our
in-
local.
a local fan fam.
Yes, and writer skill.
February
It's
fan.
also open if you ever see a pop shop that interests you.
I love that. Anyway.
But
Yes,
yes,
Thank you, Matt, again for your wonderful talk and workshop. The staff and the audience have enjoyed it thoroughly. We
Especially
really,
the part of
honestly, genuinely did.
It
We
was
want
very
you back
engaging.
here. Uh-huh. Also, Migzu, we want you to come back here next year again. You're here
Yes.
forever.
I mean, if I do
Yeah.
come back, please remind me because I keep forgetting. Maybe I'll do a workshop next time.
Make it every year, dude.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
make it
Basta
go.
dito sa FanFeb,
Yeah, for FanFest.
gagawan ka
Nowhere
namin ng
else.
jowa from through Mech.
Yo,
Josh.
all I wanted was a Joa from AI. Now we can do it. I'm kidding. But yeah,
Mm.
thank you for letting
Also,
me ramble about people who do the singy songy stuff on YouTube. And also thank you for letting Matt do showcase the giant robots on workshop.
okay. Okay. Bago tayo umalis, kailangan ko muna sabihin ang media partners natin. Thank you, Otaku Play PH, Red Cloud, AcardiMac.com, Crossplay Cafe, Mokoa Animation, Rimaru Files, and ang Tomashian Nihon Kyokai. Thank you. Before you leave, guys, don't forget to do the evals. I mean, nasend na yung link pero biglang nakalimutan niyo ulit. Or
It's
ako lang
been spammed
nakakalimot.
by it's
I'm
been
just
spammed by
spamming it in chat.
it's been
Don't
spammed
worry.
by
Thank
Doppio,
you, Rock.
Rocco. I mean
Thank you.
Rocco.
Yeah.
Oo.
For
Sana wag kami
to end it
masaraduhan ng
all,
Zoom link kasi mamamatay tong stream.
don't forget to
Right.
fill out those evals.
Yes, let us email so we can make Fandom February better.
Yeah.
We
Tell
tried
us
it.
how we did.
Tell us how we did.
Mm-hmm. So stay tuned for next week for our next list for our next speakers. Yes. Be
Mhm.
excited.
Yeah,
Be
our next
very genuinely excited.
Thank
our
you
next
very
speakers
much to
Ano?
our,
are
I'm excited
audience
for week
showing up.
3,
yeah,
personally.
for the next
Mm-hmm.
speakers we have Dr. Carl Ian Cheng Chua talking about talking about the hanging by a thread of a dreaming precariat and the workshop after that by whom I wonder whom's art thou who's doing the workshop.
Of course, si Rocco.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yes, our speakers for next week si Dr. Carl, who is a visiting professor from Hitotsubashi University, all the way from Japan. So be sure to come by and drop and say hello to him. And then workshop for next week, ako actually 3D avatar making workshop. So kung nakikita mo to, gusto mo or either gumawa nito, di kita matuturuan dito, ito lang.
Look forward to that.
Oo. At saka yung model ni Made, yung Made gamit. Yes, you can also make that. Be excited.
Oh my
My
god.
gosh.
Madden.
Gonna get glamoured up. Like my guy.
Dawa ka, Mek.
Glamours. Glamour.
Glamour prisms.
Get the glitz of the glam. Oh
My
god.
glams.
Oh my god. So wild, bro.
So, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to our
Thank
loyal
you for
audience for
coming.
sticking with us this
Fun
far.
Say
We'll see you
thank you
next
to the
week.
speakers.
And if we don't see you
Bye-bye.
next week, that's fine.
Naka 4-hour mark na tayo. 4-hour mark.
Woo!
Yay!
Bye-bye.
Woo!
Toushin, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Otsutoshi.